So good morning, everyone. Dear Minister Smith, dear Commissioner Reinders, dear all speakers and panelists, dear participants, a warm welcome to the 14th edition of the Citizens Energy Forum here in Dublin. After 2 years of COVID, I think we are all extremely happy to see each other in person for that forum with the citizens on the energy side. I would like to thank the Commission for Regulation of Utilities and the Irish Ministry for Environment, Climate and Communications for their support with the organisation of this event. This Citizens Energy Forum has a long tradition. Over the years, the forum has offered a platform to discuss with citizens, civil society organisations, business, regulators and member states, and those fruitful exchanges have inspired our work in the Commission and gave input to designing energy and consumer policies. We are in an unprecedented crisis. We have high energy prices. It's affecting all households, consumers, but also industry and SMEs. And therefore, I think the forum today is quite timely to discuss the issue on how to tackle high energy prices, exchange best practices, and come forward with some new ideas. We all know that the war in Ukraine had an impact on how the prices are now at record high. We experienced in end of August prices we had never seen in energy, and even though prices have come down slightly, it's still 5 times higher than before COVID crisis. And that is having an impact on all households, in particularly the energy poor, the low-income households who are most impacted because they spend significantly higher shares of their incomes on energy and they have less margin to reduce energy or other costs. But it's also for the first time that we see it's not only the low income, but also the middle income households who are or might be unable to pay their energy bills. That's why the Commission already more than a year ago came out with a toolbox. And a lot of member states, if not all member states, have taken measures to help the citizens, help industry, help the SMEs in that crisis. So we are monitoring that extremely closely. We also came out in May with what we call the Repower EU plan, which is foremost to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel, on imports from Russian gas. And here we came down from 40% of imports of Russian gas to roughly 9%. In that Repower EU, we also focus on 3 areas which are important both to tackle the security of energy supply, but also the high energy prices. First, and I always like to start with that, is energy efficiency and energy savings. This is of utmost importance, and we see already behavioral changes of saving energy at the short term, but also, and we are discussing that at medium and long term. Secondly, we need to diversify. In the short term, we need to replace Russian gas. So we have been outreaching to the US, to Norway, to Azerbaijan and other suppliers to bring gas, non-Russian gas, to the EU via LNG and other means. And thirdly, and really importantly, we need to faster deploy renewables and other low-carbon sources. We really need to speed up, and therefore the Commission also came up with proposals on permitting, for example, to speed up renewables and related grids, but also other measures as outlined in Repower and in our Fit for 55 proposals. So all this is going on during the crisis together with the member states. But as in all crises, there's also an opportunity. We can see that energy dominates our daily life discussions and that it's pushing everyone to become more aware, more energy conscious, and that leads to change of our behavior and that we become more energy independent. And as I said, we need to accelerate the energy transition. And citizens are absolutely crucial here They suffer from the high energy prices, but they can also contribute and become more proactive in that crisis in order to be able to come out and have an important impact. And that is possible via energy communities, via coming together and having a more active role. Also, new technologies like smart meters can play a role in the future in looking at our consumption and better control our energy bill. Municipalities, social housing bodies, and energy community across Europe work now collectively to ensure that vulnerable families and the energy poor have access to energy, and hopefully green energy. I mean, that is the part of the transition. So that's why this forum is extremely timely, and we are very pleased to have the opportunity to explore ways, solutions, and actions that can be replicated and adopted. Today, we will hear from all of you, from regions, cities, communities, and organizations, what can be done to help consumers control their energy bill and navigate this winter, but we also need to look also for the next winters to come. We make this forum as interactive as possible, so during the day there will be the opportunity to ask questions either directly or via Slido. And as we had already yesterday a meeting of the regulatory bodies and discuss measures what can be taken, the Commissioner Eve McEvilly from the regulator side, from the Irish side, will report back this afternoon on what has been discussed concretely yesterday. So I hope we will have an inspiring discussion today, and I'm very much looking forward. To start, I will give the floor to my Commissioner, Katri Simpson, who unfortunately couldn't be with us. There's an extraordinary Energy Council, another one in Brussels today, to discuss exactly this issue. I think we have a video message from Katri Simpson, and please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Brussels. I am honored to open the 14th edition of the Citizens' Energy Forum together with my colleague, Commissioner Reinders. Many thanks to the Irish Commission for Regulation of Utilities for hosting this important forum at a time when European citizens and consumers find themselves in a challenging period. All sectors, including the consumers, are undergoing a huge transformation process. Our climate commitments to reach net zero by 2050 and reducing our emissions by at least 55% in the next decade are two of the reasons. Russia's war against Ukraine has been another turning point. We saw that we are too dependent on Russian fossil fuels. What we have always known, in the back of our minds, is something we all encounter daily. Energy is an essential good, and it must remain accessible and affordable for all people and our economy. Low-income households are the most impacted by the high energy prices. Our response to that is to accelerate our work on the European Green Deal. Increasing our actions for achieving our energy and climate targets is the solution, our way out of the energy crisis. Concretely, this means empowering all consumers to be more energy efficient and even to become prosumers of renewable energy. The Commission has been taking decisive measures to empower and protect its citizens and businesses from the energy crisis. In addition to the toolbox of measures for action and support to tackle rising energy prices, the EU Save Energy communication has promoted immediate energy savings by citizens and businesses that could help cut gas and oil demand by 5% this year alone and decrease prices. The Union has also committed to reducing the electricity demand, especially during peak hours. To support consumers in their daily lives, the Commission has also launched the April public website, where all energy-labeled products on the EU market can easily be found and compared. These are products that help reduce energy bills in the short term. Though these can make a significant difference, we need to go beyond energy consumption reduction. However, we need to move from short-term actions to structural changes, this is to say increasing the share of renewables and boosting energy efficiency. The Commission prepared the ground for it. With the Repower EU plan, we propose to increase the target for renewable energy to 45% and the energy efficiency target also. The Commission calls for speeding up permitting for renewable projects, to double solar photovoltaic capacity and the rate for deployment of heat pumps. None of what I have described is easy. We have set our ambition high and our targets even higher. However, the energy and investment framework established at EU level will all allow us to do so. Collaboration with important players and at all levels is key. Today's forum serves as a platform to come together across countries, regions and communities to identify and implement effective solutions. We will hear from national and local actors how they have helped prepare citizens for the difficult winter ahead, explore how these solutions can be replicated in the short term, and identify actions that can still be taken by consumers even when winter is starting. I wish you all a very fruitful discussion today, and thank you for your engagement in this important work.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would like now to give the floor to the Minister of State at the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform in Dublin. Minister Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mathilde. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. It's great to hear from Cadre, and I would often be at those meetings, but today it's my political boss, Eamon Ryan, who's representing Ireland there. We are facing, it's right that we're all here today, Europeans, because we're facing the same problems across in our different countries. And I think we can really learn something today from from swapping experiences, and we can learn how we are dealing with this problem. It's not our first crisis, not our first energy crisis. When I was 8 years old, I remember, it's 1979, I'm watching the news on TV about the Iranian Revolution, about the hostage crisis, and then that suddenly translates into the real world in Ireland. There's a long queue outside the petrol station. People, when they reach the end of the queue, are fighting for petrol. My father goes out and says we all have to use bicycles. We sometimes have power cuts, we have candles. I remember one morning I shared a bedroom with my brother, and we were not living in poverty. My father was a civil servant, but I woke up in the morning and the curtains were frozen on the inside to the windows from the condensation. So I began to see, and one morning, in fact, we woke up and the petrol had been stolen out of the car. So somebody had siphoned the petrol out of the car. So I began to realize, I'm 8 years old, that our whole country, our economy, is completely contingent on Iran or Iraq or on countries which are unstable. And really, here we are again in the same situation where our European economy had a lot of contingency, a lot of dependence on the stability of Russia or the Ukraine. And that's not a good situation to be in. So have we learned anything from that? I mean, what happened the last time in the 70s? The International Energy Agency was set up and the resolution was made. We've got to get away from this dependence on oil and gas. We have to become more energy independent. We have to become more sovereign. But what I do remember is that very quickly after the 70s, that there was a rebound and that energy use, although people made a lot of changes in their life, energy use rebounded very quickly. There was an oil glut, it was described as, in the 80s. The price went down and everybody reverted very quickly. And we kind of see that again with the pandemic. You know, after the pandemic, you have restrictions and then everybody moves quickly back. So I think one challenge we have is, how do we not move quickly back? Once fuel prices fall again, once electricity becomes cheap again, once Russia is defeated in the Ukraine, once we move past these problems, are we going to immediately revert back to where we were? So I think that's a challenge for us. So what are we doing in Ireland? What is our approach? One thing we're doing is financial support for people. And you know, as a Green, my instinct is not to bring in fossil fuel subsidies, but I'm a politician and I'm a realist, and I can see that people are suffering and we have to do something here. So we have to do both. We have to give people money. And what we're doing in Ireland this year, 2.5 billion euros, 2.4 billion euros this year in subsidies for people for their energy costs, and 2.5 billion euros allocated for next year. So that's roughly 500 euros per head in each of those years. How is that money being spent? Roughly half of it is going on universal benefits. So we're just putting money into people's electricity accounts. Roughly 600 euros over the course of the next 12 months, but that's to be revised in the spring. We'll see how the war is going on. And also a reduction in VAT on electricity and gas. And the other half of the money is in targeted targeted payments towards people who may be in energy poverty, who may be in trouble. And we worked with economists to say, what are the welfare payments that we need to target? So more than €1 billion in those targeted payments. And beyond that, beyond just giving people money, what are the actions that we need to take? As you said, Mechtild, Aoife McEvely, who is our energy regulator, is going to be talking today. And one of the things that we're doing is to put people who are in energy poverty onto the cheapest, automatically to allocate them to the cheapest tariff on their electricity bill. So that's something that can help. We have brought in a moratorium on disconnections. So we are, as far as possible, we're not going to disconnect people from their electricity supply this winter. And we have set up a vulnerable customer register, making sure that people who medically need electricity will still have it. And we are bringing in emergency credit for people on pay-as-you-go meters. So we are also trying to move people who are on pay-as-you-go meters who are there because they're vulnerable or because of poverty. We're trying to move them back to bill pay meters. I'm on a pay-as-you-go meter. It's a lifestyle choice. It's like I like to see how much I'm spending as I go along, and I'm not the person to be targeted on this. But essentially, we don't want people being cut off and left in the cold in the winter. I mean, one of the primary functions of any government is to keep particularly older people warm in their homes in the winter, and we really have to keep an eye on that. We have a public information campaign telling people how to reduce their demand, reduce their use. And the challenge there is to make sure that we don't reach the wrong people with that campaign. So what we don't want to do is say to people, you need to cut your electricity use, you need to turn off your heating, and then have the people who listen to it are older people who shouldn't be turning off their heating, who are at health risk. So how do we reach the right people with those campaigns? And that's a real challenge. And I'm looking at Rebecca Minch here, who's one of my senior, doesn't want me to mention her, but she's a senior official in my department and helps me with all the legislation on this. And I'm always in conversations with her about this kind of thing. And there's another problem, I suppose, with these energy demand reduction policies. Anyone who's involved in politics will know that there's a risk that people feel that they're being patronised or that the things that we're saying are too obvious. If I go out and tell people you should wear a jumper, you should wear extra clothing in the winter, that's going to go down extremely badly with people. And one of the things about messaging is it's not just the substance of the message, it's who is delivering the message. And if I am standing there looking like I have no energy poverty problems and no concerns about electricity or gas costs, telling other people what they should do and that they should wear more clothes or turn down their heating is not going to come across very well. And that's one of the reasons that we're working with non-governmental organisations who may be in a better position to provide useful information to people who need it, and also just to make sure that older people or people who are at risk, at health risk, if they turn down their heating, that they don't turn off their heating completely. One of our big programs as a Green Party person is this long-term energy efficiency, which is energy demand reduction through retrofit. And before we went into government, our idea was we mapped out a plan that we would do a €25 billion project over 10 years, and we would retrofit 500,000 homes, which is a quarter of the homes or a third of the homes in the country that need to be done. And this was considered to be really far-fetched and really over-ambitious. Where on earth are we going to find 25 billion? Our idea is that a third of the money comes directly from the state, 8 billion, and the rest is from the private sector. But retrofit is great. It saves money for you for the long term, but it's not an immediate short-term fix. We can't help all the people who need help this winter with retrofit. We're not going to retrofit 500,000 homes in the next 6 months or 3 months or 1 year. And so while we do as much as we can on retrofit, that's why we have to have the energy subsidies to get through this year. It's a long-term thing. Any of you who are familiar with MAC curves and so on will know that retrofit is the number one thing to do. It's the thing that pays for itself. It saves money. It completely makes sense. And it gets away from that house that I grew up in with the ice on the inside of the windows because it was so poorly insulated, heated with oil, of course. So how are people reacting to that? One of the things we've done is we brought in a policy that we looked at what was the most effective retrofit you could do. And we found that most homes in Ireland don't have their attic properly insulated, or they don't have wall insulation, and we offered an 80% grant for that. That is a very good proposition to the public, an 80% grant. But in fact, what we found, and this was paid back within 1 year, what we found is that there is more demand for solar panels than there is for these insulation grants. Even though the solar panel gave a smaller return on investment. So although the economists would tell you that they would predict that people will go for the thing that's best for them, in fact, for some reason, people are choosing solar panels over insulation. And my suspicion about that is that part of that is that they're visible, much more visible than something that you put inside your attic, but also that you get a sense that you are taking part. That we talk about people as stakeholders, but this gives you a feeling that you are taking part because you are actually generating the renewable energy that you need and that you are part of the solution. And also this idea, I suppose it's a psychological idea that you're out of the home, you're at work, you're going for a walk, and that your panels are generating some money, even though it's not very much money, but you're getting something for it. You're a part of that. So I think it gives people a sense of belonging, and I think it appeals to something that people really have with climate action, is that they don't want to be powerless. They don't want to just hand it all over to somebody like me or you to sort out the problem. They want to actually take part, and they want to have a stake in it. And I think that the solar panel, that's the reason. As a politician, I know as well not to always insist on the optimal answer or the theoretically optimal answer. Even if a solar panel is suboptimal compared to insulation, we've got to go with what works or what people want to do. So if it's solar panels, it is. We're putting solar panels on all the schools. We're doing a grant for them and so on. Two things that were very important on getting solar panels working. The first was that for a long time in Ireland, you couldn't get money back by selling your power to the grid. We fixed that. And secondly, you needed planning permission. And now that we took away the planning permission rule, that it's exempt, you can automatically put, which you should have done years ago, there's been huge demand from industry. Every time I go out to large factories, they're telling me, okay, we're putting in, €500,000 worth of solar panels are going in. So really that was very important to get rid of that. So look, I just want to say, we have this idea in energy that there's this energy trilemma, and that you do something for sustainability, something for affordability, something for reliability. And sometimes there was an idea that these things were in conflict with each other. If you held down one corner, the other one went off. The idea that green energy was always going to be more expensive, that was a kind of an assumption that people started from. And also that it was going to be unreliable, that green energy was an unreliable thing. And what we found is that there are problems with fossil fuels as well. They can be unreliable in their price. They can be undependable. You cannot depend on having a supply of gas coming in from Russia or from Qatar or wherever, because these places are unstable. And our advances in technology have meant that, in fact, renewable energy in our own countries is giving us both our affordability and, of course, our sustainability, but also it's giving us distributed reliability. If we are able to generate our own power, that gives us a sense of security. It gives us a sense that we are in some way insulated or protected. And I love that slogan, that we should insulate homes to isolate Putin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Smith. Thank you for underlining that also I think we should use that crisis for structural changes. So really set the framework right and do the right things to accelerate the clean energy transition. And also thank you for outlining what Ireland is doing, one of the leaders in clean energy transition and also managing the crisis. So thank you. And I can tell you also from Brussels, even though we favor campaigns, it would be very hard for us to tell people to shower at 19 degrees or to live at 19 degrees home and shower shorter. So we have worked with different campaigners and organizations, including FIFA, I think, where we try to promote how to do best. Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Commissioner for Justice and Consumer, Didier Reynders, and he will tell us from a consumer policy point of view what the Commission is doing. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Good morning, dear Minister, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a pleasure to me to be in Dublin, first of all, to exchange about the rule of law, the justice system, maybe also to have a conversation with some big tech companies, but also to address the Citizens' Energy Forum for the first time. And this addition, it was said before, is coming at a difficult moment with the Russian aggression in Ukraine and the consequence, of course, of such an aggression in many fields, but certainly on energy supply and energy prices. As my colleague Catherine Simpson underlined, the Commission has reacted swiftly and has been working very hard to reduce our dependency on Russian fossil fuel imports and to secure energy supply. And we have tried to take many measures to organize different kinds of source of energy to go down with the dependency to Russia. And to address the energy crisis, we need to step up our efforts, notably to accelerate, it's true, and it's the case in Ireland, the clean energy transitions with more energy efficiency and renewable policy. But I've seen this morning that we have windy weather, so you need to do more to continue to use maybe all the possibilities that you have to develop renewables. I don't know if you have the same possibility for solar energy, but I've listened to your comments about solar panels. I'm coming from Brussels, so we have the same kind of weather and the same kind of problems, and the same kind of enthusiasm for the population to go to the solar panel in the northern part of Europe. It's very strange, but it's so. They like sun. Energy efficiency is the quickest and cheapest way to address the current crisis and to reduce prices. Imports from Russia have now dropped significantly, but prices remain extremely high. In a recent survey conducted for the Commission on attitudes of European consumers towards high energy prices, over 20% of all respondents expressed serious concern about their ability to pay their energy bills. In Ireland, this figure is almost 25%, one Irish citizen out of 4. So we see that citizens are worried, and we cannot turn a blind eye on this situation, because it's more and more not only the classical vulnerable part of the population, it's become to be also part of the middle class with concern by the difficulty to pay the bill at the end of the month. As we all know, the first and easiest solution is, of course, to consume less energy. With a view to assist citizens and businesses in reducing their consumption, the Commission presented an EU Save Energy communication to promote immediate energy savings by citizens and businesses, choosing to reduce heating temperatures, drive more economically, and shift to more public transport, use household appliances and air conditioning more efficiently, and maybe also in Qatar during the World Cup, like you said, and switch off the lights can deliver substantial short-term savings. We also need to invest in energy efficiency to put an end to all dependence on Russian fossil fuels and enable the decarbonation of our economy. Indeed, energy efficiency is a precondition for achieving Europe's decarbonization objectives and for the uptake in renewable energy solutions. When we look specifically at buildings, they represent 40% of our energy use, 55% of our total natural gas consumption, and 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions in the EU. Consuming less energy via more efficient solutions is this fundamental. And you have explained, the Minister, how it's possible to invest maybe more in the buildings and certainly for the household to try to help them with some grants and some support from the different member states. And it's a huge project because you have a lot of efforts to do in such a field. Zooming in consumer policy, we have been providing member states with guidance on immediate measures to protect consumers, such as emergency income support, temporary deferrals of bill payments, temporary and targeted tax reductions, and safeguards to avoid disconnections from the grid. There are rules in different member states to avoid such a disconnection, but it's very important to be sure that we have the same approach in all the member states. And we have received some proposals and remarks from the European Consumer Organization, and I see many Goyans in this room. Thank you for that, because we try to put on the table, not only of the Commission, but also of the Council, different kind of the proposals that you made dedicated to the consumers. In addition to high energy prices, consumers have expressed concerns with a number of other practices that have emerged during the crisis, such as scams around energy reduction equipment and other devices, or inflated prices for energy-related products like wood pellets. Several consumers have been presented with unclear bills or have been the target of aggressive market practices aimed at forcing them to change energy contracts. My services are engaging with the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network on these issues. It's reassuring to note that national consumer authorities have been actively monitoring energy markets. We are also actually aware of the need to look at areas that have not been fully explored and to engage with as many sectors of society as we can. Earlier this month, we organized a roundtable with over 120 representatives aimed at fostering exchanges between key EU stakeholders, consumers' organizations again, energy providers, energy regulators, and representatives of the member states on further potential measures to mitigate the impact of high energy prices on households. One of the points that clearly emerged from the discussions is the need to make sure that consumers are receiving correct and relevant information. Consumer organizations and member states have played and should continue playing a major role here. The EU Consumer Organization BERG that I've mentioned is doing a very good work, for instance, and we try to see with the national organizations what are the specific concerns in the different member states. Again, the information is key, and it's very important to give to the consumers different kind of possibilities to react again some kind of unfair practices that we have seen since the beginning of the crisis. But as participants in the roundtable also underline, we need to do more. It is the Commission's duty to ensure that EU consumer law is being properly upheld. Consumers are protected against, I said, unfair commercial practices under EU law, but as we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, some businesses can quickly take advantage of people who are vulnerable, and they do this in increasingly innovative ways. This is why we want consumer protection authorities to continue exchanging information about the issues they encounter and to flag any developments to the Commission so we can react quickly. Another area where we should consider further action is communication, and you have mentioned a national action communication plan, but we try to do the same in a good coordination at the EU level. We have already seen the impact of successful campaigns on consumer behavior. I believe there is scope for further initiatives so that information reaches everyone, everywhere in the Union, including, again, the most vulnerable. And we are working on this for the moment. As we have seen, there is a clear and growing desire amongst Europeans not just to consume less, but to do so in a more sustainable way, while saving not only energy, but also money. To do so, consumers need the right information again. Smart meters provide this, and there are apps available in some countries that allow keep track of your consumption. At the same time, there are also obstacles in the way of consumers. Greenwashing is a real problem, and the Commission has proposed bans on a variety of practices, such as generic, vague environmental claims, where the environmental performance of the product or trader cannot be demonstrated. So we want to be sure that there is a credible information sent to the consumers. And to conclude, I want to say that the Commission is working to address the needs of consumers in every way we can. This forum is a very good setting for concerns to be raised, ideas to be shared, and solutions to be discussed. And so I look forward to hearing the results of this exchange. I will take the time to continue to discuss, I said, about the rule of law, the justice system, and other issues during this visit, but I'm sure that at the end of the visit, I will receive some proposals coming from you and some ideas to go forward, because we need to work, of course, to change the course of the market, the energy market, and there are many discussions in the Energy Council today about that. We need to try to help businesses, but we need to think all the time that we have a lot of things to do for the consumers, certainly for the vulnerable consumers, and we try to do that, but with your support, it will be possible to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Reinders. It was a pleasure to have you here at the Dublin Forum and to give your input from the consumer side, where we work closely together, energy and consumer departments in the Commission and wider than that. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you. With that, we will start our first high-level panel, and I would like to invite the different participants. The first speaker in the panel will be Minister Smith. So please, I would say, I invite. Thank you. I know you have to leave. Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks. Then I would also invite our next speaker, Monique Goyens, the Director General of BERC. I don't think you need a lot of introduction, but BERC is the cross-EU consumer organization, and Monique is representing it here today. Then I would like to invite Andrej Juris, who is the President of Slovakian Regulatory Office for Network Industry, and also Ms. Bajba Mitovica, who is President of the Transport, Energy, Infrastructure and Information Society section of the European Economic and Social Committee. And to complete, the last speaker will be Carlotta Ferri, who is the governing board member of the European Youth Energy Network. With this, I would like to start the panel and ask the first question to the minister on my right. So you already said quite a bit what the Irish government is doing right now on the crisis. What do you think the Irish government could do more on the decentralized energy systems and also make energy even more affordable for the consumer?
Thanks, Mechthild. So our energy system is very centralized in Ireland, and our experience with growing our economy has been based on a centralized system. So you know we've been successful in Ireland with foreign direct investment. We have a lot of tech companies here, pharmaceutical companies, and the model that we're used to being successful, working, is centralized. So a big company comes along, they spend $1 billion, they put in 1,000 people working in one facility, and that all works in a small contained area. But renewable energy is not like that. You know, somebody comes along to invest, and it takes a lot of land, or it takes a large area. There aren't the number of jobs that you would have expected. And the feeling is from the public is that this is much less acceptable. They can't really see the benefits so clearly. It is one large company coming along, taking energy out of the country, sending it abroad, taking out the profits, and they're left thinking, this actually affects me because I can see these wind turbines or I can see the solar panel, what's in it for me? And it has not been, that centralized system is not working in the way that it did for foreign direct investment. And so I referenced this earlier, I really think that people looking at climate action want to have a feeling that they are taking part. When you're stressed about something, when you're stressed about the problem of climate change, you can relieve stress by actually physically doing something or being actually involved. And so that's why having solar panels on your roof or having some type of involvement in the solution is going to be really, really important to people. So I think that's why we need to move away from the centralized system towards a decentralized. And it's a challenge for the electricity network, which of course is all based around a small number of very large energy generation places, all going down to the consumer. And now we are later than other countries in Europe, I'm sure, moving towards the idea of the electricity flowing in two directions, of you generating electricity in your community, of you coming together with people in your town, your village, and making your own energy and sharing it, geothermal and so on. So it's a complete change of mindset, and it's a challenge to the regulators, the legislators, and to business. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would maybe have a follow-up question, because you mentioned the big companies, and we all know that some of them, Google or whatever, are big data centers, big consumer of energy.
Yeah.
How can Ireland handle that in the current context?
So we have 70 data centres. It is said that we might control about a third of European data in Ireland. And we've come to a point where we cannot really fit any more data centres onto our grid and maintain stability. And we have a political challenge as well, because the public are looking at data centres and saying, you know, what's in this for me? What is the benefit here? So we're in I know that other European countries are also facing challenges around data centres, and so we have brought in new rules. We've said that if you want to build a data centre, you have to make sure that it is powered with renewable energy. You have to have full backup, so that if there is a shortage of electricity, that you can switch off to something else. You can get off the grid. We're saying that you must build it outside of the capital city. You must build it somewhere else. So those are our three conditions. And we also want to make sure that if we do run into a situation where we don't have enough power, where we are facing large power cuts across the country, that we turn off the data centres first, and that they have to switch to their backup power, which is something that they're not happy about. Okay.
Thank you, I can imagine. Thank you. So now I turn to Monique. We have heard already, I think, the Minister and also Commissioner Reinders speaking about the right of the ban on disconnection. We heard that some member states do work on it, maybe some others not. What is Berg's position on disconnection, but also the inability of some of our consumers to pay their energy bills? I think both.
I don't think that I need a mic.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're mic'd.
I think we are mic'd.
Okay.
It seems to work. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for the question. A disclaimer, I'm very uncomfortable in those chairs, so part of my brain power is used to... So I need to manage my energy, you see? So now, being serious again, the fact is, first of all, this is an unprecedented crisis. I mean, in my long life, I never have seen price increases of that type of magnitude over such a short period of time. There have been help measures, supporting measures, and they are very welcome, but still people continue to struggle. And what I would like to give as a message also for what I'm going to say in the rest of my intervention, you need to be aware that from the consumer perspective, this is not an energy crisis, this is a cost of living crisis. Not only energy bills are going up, but food bills are going up, transport bills are going up, consumer credit bills are going up, renting bills, everything is going up. So that means that there is you only have one budget as a household. And there is a huge pressure on that budget, and energy is only part of that. And the increase there is only partly for energy. So sometimes I hear when we ask for a ban on disconnections or for a flexible payment plans, I hear the argument by the energy industry saying, but then people will be in debt. But they will anyway be in debt. So you're only shifting the debt from one sector to other sectors. So it's very important to have this global approach to help people, and energy is part of the solution. So let's use that solution, also because it is part of the problem initially. I mean, that has been created. It's not people's fault that they currently struggle. They have not mismanaged anything for the time being. And what I would like to say is that there are social workers who are specialized in debt mediation, so they could also be part of the solution to help people, and maybe energy providers and consumers and households, also SMEs. I'm not speaking, I have no legitimacy to speak for SMEs, but they are in the same trouble, to see how we can manage the payment plans. So in terms of what our position is, so first of all, we would really like that there is a message, that there is a system, maybe even made mandatory if needed, for payment plans. so that people can spread the current high energy bills over a longer period of time. This is something that we would really welcome. Also because there is this issue that if you don't have this possibility, this oxygen, people might turn to the loan sharks, as we call them, payday loans or buy now, pay later schemes, which are very dangerous for the people. And at the end of the day, they end up more indebted than they should be. And what is very important is the narrative that is going to be disseminated now, be it by the authorities, be it by the regulators, be it by the companies. Please tell the people that you will help them. Not that you might disconnect them if they don't pay. That's not a story that needs to be told. And on the ban on disconnections, of course, we believe that the Irish moratorium is a best practice, should inspire all governments, because it is a question of humanitarian aid. As you said, the older people, the people who need it. And in fact, it's not only health, it's also safety, because what we see in some countries is people putting a barbecue in their kitchen in order to be warm. I mean, yes, it's, you can be intoxicated. So there are, and this is something that we should not allow to happen, and that the ban on disconnection should be, at least for this winter. I mean, this should not be a long-term measure, but we need to help people to get over this winter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monique, also for being very clear. Now I turn to Andrej Juris. So in Slovakia, you are having really far-reaching price regulation. I mean, also from the Commission side, obviously, we are much more relaxed about price regulation temporary in the crisis than we are normally. So this is a measure Slovakia has taken, and some other member states, I think there are more than 10 or 12 at least, who have taken similar measures. But how can you make sure that there's still an incentive for consumer to save energy if the prices are regulated? So this is something I wanted to ask to you. I think you're mic'd. Okay.
I'm mic'd as well. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for invitation to this panel. And thank you very much for the question. I mean, it's a tough one. We've been facing a lot of questions why we are regulating end user price, supply prices to be precise, for electricity and gas. Just to give you a context, what we are doing as a kind of traditionally based on existing legislation, we as a regulator, we are setting the price caps. So it's not like a fixed price, but a price cap for supply of gas and supply of electricity to household and so-called small businesses up to a certain level of consumption. And then the suppliers, they make and they compete within these price caps based on their competitive cost of purchase of commodity and cost of supply. So it's not like pure black and white situation, full regulation, nothing else. It's kind of a price cap under which the competition goes on. Sometimes more, sometimes less, depends on the situation. In this, if I may say, crazy situation we are facing with the energy crisis, it's basically now the question of, first of all, protecting the customers from extreme price shocks. What we do, and this is not only the question of this year, but it's kind of has been traditionally, what we do, the price cap is set based on kind of an average of historical market prices. So we set up some kind of a benchmarking based on the market prices of electricity and gas over a certain period of time. And during that time, usually the suppliers purchase the contracts and electricity and gas for these vulnerable or for regulated customers. Since we have a 1 year kind of price setting and contract setting periods, of course, this year prices are very good because they reflect historical prices of 2001 mostly, when it was good times in a way, although we did not think 2001 at that time was good. But in reflection of this year, it was really good times. And now the customers are facing really huge shocks, 3 and more times increase in their prices. So we as a regulator, we do our standard regulation, but this is not enough and good really to ensure the affordability and kind of to alleviate the impact on customers. So what is really important, and there is a whole set of government interventions which are being prepared in terms of providing the funding schemes and subsidy schemes for both vulnerable but also for the whole regulated sector, which are kind of in parallel to regulation. But back to your question, what is really important, what we see is, and this is what we communicate for a long time, and I think it has been mentioned a couple of times yesterday. It's really important that the customers have and get control of their bills. And I think Monique, you mentioned it yesterday a couple of times. It's not, and to get control of your bill as a customer, as a household, price is just one element. Because to get control of your bill, of course, price is important, but you need to get control of the volume of electricity and gas which you consume. And if you don't have information about how much you consume, it's very, very difficult to make to get control of that. So it's really, besides the price aspect, what we do as a regulator, we have been promoting data provision to customers and kind of motivating and inducing, especially distribution companies, to enable, we call it self-meter reading by customers, to develop apps so the customer can go and basically make a photo of their meter reading and then send it through app automatically to the distribution company and have it in its own device, basically better information about the level of consumption and the dynamics of consumption. Because most of the customers, they have meter reading, normal meter reading one times per year. So in that case, it's very, very difficult to really make control. Second, Mr. Minister mentioned it, prepaid meters. This is something new. We started a sandbox with one distribution company to test prepaid meters, and hopefully we will kind of roll it out on a more wide basis. But this is probably not something which we can effectively make an impact from the 1st of January or basically this winter, because it's at the moment of testing. But what I would like to highlight is also kind of continuous information to customers, how they can improve their control. We have been communicating it since basically, I think, January, February on a constant basis. A number of government agencies are doing the same. And last but not least, we try to support and motivate self-generation. It has been mentioned yesterday in the workshop as well. So mostly solar panel, but whatever the customer can do, small and bigger one, to install the solar or install any type of source of energy, including the heating, to kind of reduce the intake from the grid and to reduce the dependence, especially in Slovakia, on gas, which is almost 100%.
Thank you very much. Yeah, each member state has a particular situation, obviously, and in that crisis, we have to find good practices and solutions for all, but keeping in mind, obviously, the EU and the internal market and all the parameters in that context. So thank you. I turn to the next speaker, Baiba Mitovica from the Economic and Social Committee. What would be your advice to governments here, Slovakia or Ireland or other governments, when designing future support measures for consumers and maybe also business, because they are also impacted here? Please.
Yes. So you can hear me. Good morning, everybody. It's really nice to see you in 14th Citizens Energy Forum. I met many of you already 2 years ago. We had the last Citizens Energy Forums, and since that we had this break. Good morning, Minister, and also regulator representatives, and also Monique from BIUC, which members I'm also belonging National Consumer Organization. I'm really happy to hear that regulators are innovating and finding new more formulas how to better tackle this energy crisis. And indeed, on behalf of Economic and Social Committee, we are 329 civil society organizations, and as you rightly said, not only individual consumers or household, but also consumers as SMEs, micro entrepreneurs, and many others. So indeed, we exchange that situation, how to tackle energy crisis in every member state is different. So every member state is replying to this crisis in a very individual way, I must say. And it makes really fragmented approach, because as a consumer, we belong to European community. So at some point, we expect as citizens to have a solidar or single reply to this crisis. We see so many examples. For example, we see financial support, as the Minister mentioned, giving some financial subsidies, tax reduction in some of the countries, for example, France, Italy is going for tax reduction, price caps, and many other things. But we can do something solidar in common way, and I think it's wise to think about this in the future. Of course, in the short-term measures, we are thinking about ensure affordable prices. We think about consumers and also those especially vulnerable consumers, energy-poor customers. We think also about SMEs and energy-intensive industries. But apart from these short measures, we need to think also about a bit longer measures, what we can do really. And I can give you just one very good example that we heard in the House of Economic and Social Committee about households, how they can be better protect themselves, and it is about energy communities. Because most energy communities co-invested in renewable energy. Some also sourced their energy with long-term power purchase agreements from local renewable energy producers. And this business model in this energy crisis were not designed to be a hedge against extreme prices, but it turned out to be the cheapest one if you compare with market prices. So you see, all these cooperatives and new ideas are really paying back to consumers. I liked what Monique said, and consumers are really very, how to say, creative. And as you said about putting different heating equipments in their kitchen and many other things. And I think we are seeing a situation when people are damaging their health really in this situation. Because even if you turn your heating down to less than 18 degrees, it's already uncomfortable. You get the cold and many other things. That can be even more expensive to cover these consequences. What I noticed that many households don't change, they didn't change even light bulbs. And this is a small measure, but my household actually saved a lot on changing the light bulbs to LED light bulbs. So there are sometimes these energy efficient, very small elements that you can use and you can get it. What consumers need? Consumers need better protection, transparent contractual conditions so that you understand the contract, effective prices control, independent advice, and simple legal enforcement possibilities, most of all in the field of heating and cooling supply. We have ADR mechanisms, but if we go back to ADR in energy, not in every country you have well functioning of ADR in energy systems. So there are much to do, and we can do better, but we can do it in more solidar way, and then I think we can get more results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Baiba. I think there are very good examples, concrete examples, which we can learn from, and I think the Social Committee is very well placed, so thank you for your input. And I think that is also a good bridge for our last speaker, Carlotta, who is representing the Youth Energy Network. And how do you see how young consumers are reacting to the crisis? Are they becoming more pro-consumer, looking at their bills and proactive? And how can we learn also from young consumer in that current context? Please.
Yeah. I'm also mic'd. Yes, perfect. First of all, I would like to thank you very much, also the European Commission, for inviting me today and to be here. That's already the second year that the European Youth Energy Network is present at the Citizens Energy Forum. And for those that do not know the network, we are the federation of youth organizations related to the energy sector in Europe. And our aim is to reshape the participation of young people in order to place it at the heart of the energy transition. And we do so by streamlining their voices and create meaningful spaces for them to act and participate in decision making. And your question is actually very, very interesting, because I do think that the young people are very determined to participate in the energy transition. It's something that for them is intrinsically important as the generation that is going to face also the consequences of the decision that we're making now. And however, what I wanted to underline is that currently, I don't think we are very well equipped in order to act. So from the European Youth Energy Network now we would like to underline some barriers that need to be lifted in order for young people to act, and already mentioned some best practices that we have seen. A part of the lack of data, the very concerning lack of data of how the energy crisis has impacted the young people, the main barriers that we need to look at are three. The lack of education to act, the lack of financial resources, as was already very well mentioned, we share with low-income households, and the last but not least, lack of opportunities to act. It is very wrong to assume that all young people are well educated. Actually, only 41% of Europeans aged between 25 and 34 years old have finished a tertiary education. That's not even half. And therefore, young people struggle a lot to handle utility contracts or even just their financial resources. They are inexperienced in that. And they also are unaware of how to access subsidies and supporting schemes. In addition, as already been mentioned, you probably all remember when you started your career, your income was not steady, was sometimes low, without mentioning the figures of youth unemployment in September 2022 that were at 15% in Europe. So young people are, as Monique mentioned, are very highly impacted in their limited budget by the energy prices. On these 2 points, I want to mention that youth organization and the local organization have a very important role in supporting citizens and young citizens, as they can act on a local basis and they can support, I have a very good example. The Local Energy is a youth organization based in Potenza, in Italy, and they created a network, a local network, to give advice and support on how to create energy communities that we so often mention, but they are also just legally and technically very hard to establish for a common consumer like all of us. But even if well-educated and financially well-placed, young people often lack the opportunities to act. I really like what Austin mentioned before regarding choices and optimization of solution when it comes to energy efficiency and alternative solution to energy, but young people often don't own the place where they live and where they pay the bills. And this is a very problem in inelasticity of response and demand. So they are left with very little option on how to improve energy efficiency from their side or to change to alternative sources. And sometimes, as Monique also already mentioned, they are left only with the option to reduce their consumption even up to very unhealthy levels. And on this, I want to really praise the work that the Future Energy Leaders Portugal is doing by educating future leaders in the energy sector to already tackle this problem like energy poverty in Europe, also from the youth perspective. In France, by the end of last year, 66% of young people were thought to live in energy poverty. This is a number that really scares me, actually.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing in the youth aspect. And I agree, it's obviously often linked with smaller budget, not being the owner of the place, and being probably left to just consume less. But your activities and your example in Portugal and in other places in France and Italy show that there are also some proactive. So whatever we can do to help. Maybe I turn that question to the Minister.
I just want to say this with Carlotta. I'm delighted to hear that. I think I actually have a mic here. It turns out I had one all along. Look, young people are going to have more creativity. They're not going to be restricted by our experience is one thing, but experience can also restrict you in the kind of solutions you come up with. So it's important to get young people coming up with new ideas around this. It's also worth recognizing that young people clearly have less impact on environment and emissions than somebody of my age. They're much less likely to be driving a car. living in more densely populated areas and probably less likely to spend a lot of money on energy and heating, and also less likely, crucially, to eat meat as well. So there's a reduction in that area, and yet they, and then also they're facing all the anxiety of this future ahead of them and what's going to happen. So I'm delighted that there is a youth energy network. I didn't know that exists. I was interested in youth energy when I was a youth, but I didn't know anybody else was. So I'm delighted that you're working on that, Carlotta. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think we have 10-15 minutes left. I'm looking at my colleagues. There is the possibility for Slido. So who is there? Should we open the Slido question already now? Otherwise, I turn back to the panel. Yes, you see it on the slide. Join at slido.com with a hashtag EN4CIT.
Can I say something?
Yes, sure.
Waiting for the Slido.
No, yeah. Perfect.
Is that
Monique?
Okay?
Yes.
Answering to what you mentioned about solar panels being more easily taken up than energy efficiency or retrofitting of houses. Yes, I can only confirm. And that is due also to the fact that it's quite a hassle for consumers to go into retrofitting. I mean, a solar panel, you just put it on your roof. They don't even go into your house.
Yeah.
They don't mess up your house. Changing your windows, or changing your roof, or, it's more. And in fact, for the moment at European level, there is a unique opportunity to improve the way the energy efficiency of houses with the revision of the EPBD. And here I have my elevator pitch for the minister.
Okay.
Because for the moment the Council and the Parliament are discussing this, and we see that you are a very progressive country, but we see that there are many member states where in fact there is not so much ambition to really make the best out of this energy efficiency opportunity for building. So we are having this in 2 dimensions, so you can do that with...
brilliant.
So, and here you have the... And this, in fact, are all the things that you can undertake in order to make it easier for consumers to act, because there are so many barriers, and some of them are really easy to overcome if you help people. That's what
I think the example about the LED lights, for example, is really good. It's an easy thing you can do. You feel you're taking part, and you are taking part, and you're having an effect, and it's cost effective. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I may add, the discussions on the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive are going in the final stages, as European Parliament will vote on it in December, and then we will start trilogues. So there is a general approach from the Council, and trilogues will start with the Swedish presidency beginning next year. So there is an opportunity still to make changes and be at least as ambitious as the Commission proposal, if not more, if possible. So this is one element when we speak about structural changes, and we heard about the important role of buildings also in that context. So thank you. Maybe now on Slido. We have a question with multiple choice. What actions did you take as a consumer? And I think that is all of us, consumers as well as politicians or representative of stakeholders. So you can say, are you more investing in renewables? Second, regularly compare and switch suppliers. Third, buy energy efficient appliances. Fourth, improve energy efficiency of your home. Fifth, negotiate monthly payments with supplier. Sixth, no action whatsoever. I'm happy that the no action whatsoever so far gets very little percentage, but also hardly anybody is negotiating the monthly payments with supplier. So I think we get close to a result. And that confirms a little bit what we have been discussing and hearing so far. It seems that the clear focus is improve energy efficiency of your home, and therefore I think the campaigns everyone is doing, the national level, the regional level, the local level, and stakeholders, NGOs and others, is having an impact. Second, what we try also to do from Commission side is the energy labeling and eco-design framework, which has been set up to improve and apparently is also working rather well. And then the regularly compare and switch supplier tools are also having an impact. So, looking at that, what would be your reaction from the panel? What are your favorite or where you think you can make a change? And I start again with the minister, but we'll go through.
Well, I notice I don't see on that list of options, I don't see one for changing your usage pattern, your demand. So in other words, not using things during peak hour, or using things at night, or charging at night. And in Ireland, we've brought in 1 million smart meters, which is half of the households roughly have these smart meters. I don't know how that compares to the rest of Europe, and I don't know if
pretty well.
Okay, it has been a really smooth rollout, but now that we're in the energy crisis, people are suddenly thinking about. They never thought about them, and people are looking at their smart meter and saying, they really got an appetite for the data. And the way they were set up originally, you couldn't access the data. So this month you can now access the data online. So you can see every half an hour during the day how you're using it. And I think the kind of things people will want to see is, I live in a 3-bed apartment with 4 adults. How does that compare with the average? If in this household size with this many people, what is my energy use? Am I below or above average? So, for example. I think as well that people are going to want to see that they're getting inventive tariffs. So we should be making sure, I'll be talking to the regulator about this, although I have no power to make her do this, but I would like to see tariffs that say, that are good for you if you're charging an electric car at night, or good for you if you're willing to do a lot of stuff off peak, if you're willing to take a very high price at peak, but a very low price at other times, and so on. So I think that's an opportunity, and I don't really see demand shifting or time shifting and management really going on in that list.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's in the first one, but it's not clearly spelled out here. But I think this role of smart meters, I think the rollout is quite different in member states. Italy is one of the best. Ireland is probably in the middle. Germany is not very good at all. So I think there are different reasons for that. But I think we can all improve. And it's also momentum now, as you say. I mean, now, as consumers, you might have had it, but you might have not looked at it. Now you can compare in others. I think this is really important. Monique, please.
And just to follow up on this, there are many member states where this is not yet implemented. And so that's why it doesn't exist as an offer in many member states. So that's maybe... So my reaction on this, I think we are in an audience who does not struggle too much to pay their energy bill. So you can, of course, invest into energy efficiency, both of your home and of your appliance. But the message I would get from the first 2 lines is that there is now, maybe there will be measures to help people who are more in energy poverty or at risk of energy poverty. Maybe you could target the supporting measures in order to help them with the low-hanging fruit, like Baiba said, help them installing LED lights, help them putting tapes on their windows, help them insulating the water boilers. It costs something like €30, and you have immediate return on investment. So you could maybe make smart vouchers for people in order to help them. In fact, for a sustainable, it will last for a long time, that investment. Huh? Yeah. And the second point I would like to make, I was quite surprised that 1/3 is switching and comparing suppliers. I don't know how you're doing it, because it's not possible to compare offers for the moment, because it's such a volatile environment. It's quite, in my country, in the country where I'm living, it is impossible to compare offers.
Are they too complicated?
Yeah, too complicated. I think I'm an educated consumer, and I really I cannot really make the choice, and also because there is a lot of course, variation. So, but it's good that you do it, because that's how active consumers should behave. But for the moment, the market is very difficult to navigate. But that should be certainly a message that should be also given, that that's the way how you vote with your feet. But the offer is sometimes a little bit dangerous too. So prudent, I would say.
Yeah, thank you, Monique. And as we said also yesterday and today, I think the targeted help and support to consumer, as we are moving, unfortunately, in a continuous crisis, we can learn from the first need for social needs and help and the vouchers and all that, what was given. And there was an analysis done by the Commission 2-3 days ago from the commissioner in charge, Vice President Dombrovskis, who was saying in all the public spending in that crisis, 1/3 is only targeted. So we need to learn and how to shift that this more targeted approach is also more sustainable and used. So we discussed that yesterday, and I'm happy you brought that up as well. Please, what is your reaction?
I voted, I participated. So yeah, I think the thing which came up on top, I also voted and put it there. And in my, at least, interpretation, it includes behavioral issues. Yeah? Energy efficiency or energy optimization, you may call it in different languages, but it's about doing your choices about how you consume or how you install something in your house in order to optimize your energy use. So I think this is also part of the kind of the main target of our campaign as a regulator, and also other ministries and institutions in Slovakia, but I believe in all around Europe, how to give customer the information how he or she can change the behavior or alter the behavior. And especially, as it was mentioned, the most socially vulnerable people, they are probably the least aware what they can do, how they can improve their bill, what kind of choices they have, and how they can adjust their behavior and what could be the effect of that. And without this kind of context, it's impossible or very difficult for these segments of population to make right and proper choices to get the control. And if they don't feel the control, there is a lot of frustration. And if there is a frustration in this current situation, there is a certain kind of feeling, public kind of outcry, which results in call for perhaps some shortcut actions and so on, which could not be desirable, at least in the short run or in the medium run. So I would like to link it with the issue of disconnection and also energy poverty. We as a regulator, we just came up with the proposal how to protect, what kind of measures should be available both in the regulatory area, but also in the other, especially social policy area for vulnerable customers. And I really appreciate the support of customer associations. Some of them are here. Thank you very much. We just gave it for a public consultation because we believe that focusing on energy efficiency, and especially for the socially vulnerable customers, it's very, very important to promote affordability.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Andrei. Highly appreciated. Yes. I turn now to Baiba, please.
Thank you, Michael, for the question. It's really interesting. And I see some of the consumer organizations here in the room participated in a project called STEP. So talking about energy poverty, and we need common definition on energy poverty. You said about vulnerable consumers, but actually we need to define what it means. I mean, what it entails. And this makes many difficulties for many member states to define it, and not to leave it up to the social department or municipality level or whatever. So you need to look at different social groups, and you need to look whether they have any investments, because I know many elderly people, pensionable age people, because our society basically in one day will be, majority will be older people in Europe. You need to look at different countries, different this geographical aspects, but anyway, they are really good in comparing the prices. I mean, I know one pensionable age lady, she knows the best tariff in the best company. She fixed her tariff for 1 or 2 years, and now she lives quite quietly because her tariff is not changing, the prices is not changing. So actually, it's up to the consumer choices, really, because she don't have so much investments. I guess she changed light bulbs and many other things. But actually, what is the next steps? You have fixed income. So as a pension, it is fixed. It's not flexible. So, but your electricity bill is increasing. So this kind of actions as fixing your prices are really important for consumers at the moment. So I would say all 1, 2, 3 is very important. And if you have investments, of course, energy efficiency of homes and housing, keeping in mind recovery resilience, new plans that member states can use and dedicate to homes and housing is very important.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. But as we discussed yesterday, not every country and supplier offer now fixed contracts. It's quite difficult in some countries to get fixed contracts. So Carlotta, what is your impression? Where do you see the youth here?
Well, it is, as I already mentioned, it's very interesting to realize that, like, actually the best solutions are the ones that sometimes young people cannot take, like the one to make your house more efficient. But I'm very pleased to see that we are actually hitting the right points, and not only on a technical point of view, but also on a long-term vision on responding of energy crisis and even further the energy transition. So it's really nice to see the first 2 points being like the most chosen in the audience. What I also, what I don't see in these questions, in the options, is maybe changing like the source, like the type of energy that you use. For example, you're electrifying your house, but maybe we can. Some of the people saw it into increasing the energy efficiency, either of the appliances of their houses. So I'm very interesting results. That's what I...
Can I make a last remark? Can I make a personal message to the 8 people who don't do anything? I would like to talk to them at the coffee break.
Yeah, it's roughly 8 people, so we don't ask who is it, but...
No, but I'm available for advice at the coffee break.
No, I think we should all act. That's a good conclusion for that high-level panel, the first one we had today. I would like to thank everybody, Minister, Monique, and all the other representatives. It was hugely interesting.
Thanks,
so
Tills.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Applause for all.
If it's okay for you.
So, thank you. No, I think you have to leave because there are other... You're a lucky one. You can leave these chairs. Thank you. So, thank you for all the panelists from the first panel. Thank you. And now I would like to open the second plenary session. And therefore, I think we will look a little bit closer what concretely has been done. We heard already this morning a number of concrete things, but now I think, how can we really control our energy bills? You can pass by. That's why we have invited consumer associations, cities, communities, business and citizens from all corners of the EU to present what actions they have taken or contributing to face this energy crisis. So without further ado, I would like to present the first speaker, Mr. Paulo Fonseca, who is the coordinator, legal and economic department of DECO, which is a Portuguese consumer organization. So please.
Here already.
Okay, you're already here. Okay, I think you have a short speech.
Yes, and
so
the
please
presentation. Do you know how can I switch the presentation?
Please ask the test.
It's this one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a micrometer. Okay, for any Star Wars fans, I think we all know this sentence. A long time ago, in a far, far away galaxy, there was this galaxy. Oh, no, sorry. Oh. Technology. Okay. So there was this galaxy called Europe in which more than 30 million consumers were struggling with energy poverty. We should call energy poverty the dark side of the force. And then 9 consumer organizations. I'm still struggling with it. Sorry. Oh, it's this one. Okay. I think I made it some. Okay. So 9 consumer organizations, 1 European organization, and of course 1 research organization got together and designed this project. We should call them the Rebel Alliance. And they designed this kind of project in which they had 3 main weapons. The first one was, of course, the idea of using advocacy to try to that member states could begin to discuss one thing that was really important, but was energy poverty. Because still today, I hear people saying that there is poverty, there is energy, but there is no energy poverty. I'm sorry, but there is. And also we designed another weapon, which was training and advising consumer, and also someone that was on the field working with consumers in a very low situation, a very vulnerable situation. And of course, we had the most important weapon, which we call the lightsaber, which was advising and helping consumers. When we tried to help consumers, we knew that there was something that needed to be done. One of the first things was to help member states. And the first of all was, of course, to introduce energy poverty on the speeches, on the context, on the strategies of each member state. And of course, creating the idea of having, for example, an energy advisors network, because we felt that we all needed to work together. And again, there were so many directives, there's so many packages, and the clean package already had some directives. One of them was clearly important because we have been discussing retrofit, and of course, the minimum building energy performance standards, which is, of course, related to the directive itself, was clearly important, and we needed to improve that. And also, something that is being discussed now, that we had to discuss it already in 2018, 2019, which has a possibility of banning disconnections in certain situations. And again, access to renewables. So you can see for all that we had two sets of recommendations. It's still there. You can download it, and you can use it yourself. So we had these recommendations also for member states. And in my country, for example, with these recommendations, the government used that recommendation to propose a strategy to mitigate and to tackle energy poverty, which is very good and very interesting. But until now, we are still waiting that it is approved. Some problems with governments. And of course, we use also the recommendations to other measures, like to discuss the possibilities that municipalities could be as key players on the energy transition. But we didn't stop for member states. We use the weapon that we had to help consumers. And it was interesting because in the first panel, we were discussing ideas that consumers could take, and we decided to create some kind of tips and for consumers. And you can see some of the solutions, the low-cost solutions that you were discussing, we were using it. We even used part of the budget to create some kind of kits to bring to consumers, especially light bulbs, so that consumers could understand what they could do to reduce their energy bill and to improve the energy efficiency. So we decided to create several videos and to help these kind of consumers. And of course, the results are there. In the final end, and the project ended in May 2022, we had already advised more than 6,000 consumers across Europe, which is very good, though we were only 8 consumer organizations and 2 other organizations, so it was difficult to manage and to get to all consumers. We train frontline workers, and for example, I can give you the example of my country, when we tried to work with municipalities, social assistance, but also poverty networks to help consumers. And we understood, working with these poverty networks, that energy was one of the main problems. They were having problems to pay also their energy bills because the energy bills were increasing. And we also made some short-line online trainings for all other, for example, frontline workers that were working with consumers, of course. And you can see the results that we managed to get some savings, and a very high savings for consumers during this. This is clearly important because we managed to help consumers. But it's not over yet. The project has ended, and now consumer organizations are again working alone with their own budgets, trying to help consumers. In my organization, we even created an office just to support consumers regarding energy. And we weren't aware of the war itself because it was previous to the war. And now we still have the war. So we have to design, and I tried to design some 5 steps that could help consumers during this energy crisis. I asked permission to use the STEP logo to use this. But of course, the first one is we are discussing smart meters, we are discussing how to reduce energy bill, but we don't discuss how consumers can understand their energy bill and again, control their energy bill. Because there is a rollout of smart meters, and in my country there are smart meters, but the grid is not smart. So they cannot use the smart meter. So, but also, and this is important in this crisis because this is something that we are seeking, please sit together, regulators, suppliers, and consumer organizations, encouraged to create a task force for this winter so that we can help consumers. This is clearly important because when we try to discuss with suppliers, with the regulators, everyone is saying that it is their fault and it's not up to me to decide on to help consumers. We all need to do something and we need to sit together. So this is the best place to start this discussion. And of course, there is the electricity directive. We know that we need to improve that directive. And we have to face that energy poverty is not only a problem of energy, it's a problem of health, it's a problem of labor, it's a problem of social security, it's a problem of many issues. And we had the COP27 a few days ago, and we were discussing kinds of compensation to people all over the world. But we must face it, energy poverty is a problem of climate change. So to end and to say that despite our efforts, there are still millions of consumers that are struggling and living in a situation of energy poverty, and we must leave the speeches saying that what we have done to what we should do from now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. I think these are excellent steps, and this initiative step is really good, and it's good that you also include your experience from Portugal here. My next speaker is a pleasure to hear from our citizens directly, and that's Svetoslav Opredonov. If I can ask to come here, please. And provide us with your testimony of what you have done to help control your energy bill. Please, go there.
Hello, everybody. This one. This one. Okay. So my name is Svetoslav Obretanov. I'm coming from Sofia. This is Bulgaria. Sofia is the capital of Bulgaria, one of the latest EU member states. So what I have done, first I started with when I designed my house, I already knew that I will produce at least part of the energy for myself. So I designed my house, not me, but with the help of designers, of course, but I designed it in the way that I knew that I will use most probably solar energy, because this is the most convenient way to produce by yourself energy. So my house is designed in that way. I'm using a heat pump. Sofia generally has a district heating, but in the district where I built my house, there is no connection to the district heating, so I should manage by myself. Everything was fine until maybe 1.5 years ago, when the prices were good, okay, but last summer started those peaks and this crazy situation with the energy markets, and unfortunately, because I'm in the situation like I cannot use because for the householders, consumers, the prices of the electricity in Bulgaria especially are subsidized. So there is no market. You cannot choose. Though the prices are regulated, usually very low. Even at the moment, the price is, let's say, 80, 90 euro per megawatt hour, which is ridiculous, I could say. So you can imagine anyway, we have a lot of problems with the energy bills. I cannot use this subsidized energy price, so last winter I decided to go further with my plans, what I made even in 2017. End of October last year, 2021, I paid just in front all the equipment that I needed because, you know, general, this equipment is coming from China. The supply chains and all the logistics are quite complicated in these days. So I paid end of October, it was end of October, beginning of November, and all the equipment finally came at somewhere in March this year. So in March 2022, actually it was to the 31st of March, I had my smaller solar power plant on the roof commissioned. In the meantime, the whole winter in 2021-2022, I started paying quite a lot for energy, maybe 3-4 times higher than the previous winter. So I managed to start in end of March. April in Bulgaria, last April was quite cold. We've had even snow during Christmas time, Easter time. We've had a snow, so April was quite cold. Anyway, starting from April until the end of October, my total bill for the electricity was around 100 euro, which is, I could say, good because even hot water I'm preparing from the heat pump, so that means that, and also the whole summer I've had a lot of energy produced, but I didn't have possibility to use it because I didn't have place where to put it because the heat boiler was full with the temperature there was the maximum. At maximum, the batteries were charged at full, so this was kind of losses. This is what is the whole system looks like. I have. This is the biggest part is on the east part of the roof, is the roof. This is the south. Unfortunately, the position of the house is in that way. This is on the left down is the inverter, and this is the battery here down. So the total installation, is total installed capacity is 12 kilowatts. With a hybrid inverter, the inverter has the possibility to turn back the energy to the network, but unfortunately in Bulgaria, the regulation and the structure and the legislation is not giving me the possibility. It is very complicated I have to collect a lot of permissions in order to turn back to the network the electricity, which is why I am not turning it to the network. This is maybe my next step. What I managed to do, more than 90% independence in the summer and spring, summer and autumn, early autumn, and what I'm looking even now is about between, let's say, 70% of the electricity I am managing to produce by myself in the winter time. Future steps. West part of the roof is still free, so I can put another 4 or 5 kilowatts because in the afternoon I cannot catch the sun radiation. Maybe I should increase a little bit more the storage with another 100 ampere hours. This is kind of a dream, of course, 1 or 2 small wind generators. The problem is that I'm thinking how to do it this, because again, the general supplying is coming from China. Unfortunately, the technical description what they are giving is not the reality what you can receive. I've learned about this in the university, so I can calculate that they are lying a bit. And what I said already, that I'm starting the procedure, I will start the procedure to turn back the electricity, extra electricity what I'm producing during the summertime, especially to the network, which will give me some additional profit, let's say, which I can use in the summer, in the winter when I cannot cover the whole bills. What can I give you as an advice? First of all, it is very important to choose smartly the PV technology. Here in Ireland especially, I saw that there is a strong wind. Yesterday when I landed, I saw this. I realized that it is not it is not like in Bulgaria. So the sun radiation in Bulgaria is completely different than here in Ireland. So maybe the better way for thinking is to think more than for wind energy than for solar. Of course, hybrid technologies is always better. You can use both the advantages of both technologies. What also is important, those communities which are not legally entitled in Bulgaria, I think here in Ireland you have such kind of let's say legislation. So combine your efforts to help each other. Of course, push your government to help you, because this is very important. In Bulgaria, this is not the reality. I hope that here is different. And of course, always believe that future is green, and we should make it.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Sviatoslav. Thank you. I think we need to talk also to your government to make some things happen. So, the next speaker, I would like to invite Michaela Maxova. You are working for a Czech NGO who is called Women for Women. And thank you for your presentation of 2 concrete cases. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So our organization not only helps our clients, who are mostly single mothers with children, in practical ways, but we also try to influence politicians and be part of several debates. And also myself, I am a former Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, so I know it from both sides. So, our first case, the big, thank you. No. So the first case is, this is our first client. I would call it a responsible refugee from Ukraine. So this lady arrived to Prague in February, and at the beginning she and others lived in a hotel for free, and then she was transferred to a small flat of about 56 quadrat meters, and then when all the others, and her included, started to have jobs, she started to pay a small rent, which included energies. It was about 200 euro per month. And then in summer, the prices started increase, and it was decided that they would, the refugees in the flats, who of course who have jobs already, that they will pay more, because in our case we have about 200 refugees, women and children, in different flats belonging to the organization. And there was a possibility just to increase the rent, energy is included, or to increase the rent as rent and then separately transfer the accounts of electricity or gas to the tenants so they can see, they can behave responsible, because then they will see their own consumption. So this flat has only electricity. And when we were discussing it, we found out that actually in Ukraine, you read your electricity bill, electric meter every month, and then you pay monthly fee accordingly, whilst in the Czech Republic, in the EU, more advanced country, you pay also monthly, but the bill is read just once per year. So, and if you are a new customer, the company always tend to prescribe you higher monthly payments, and then in the 1 year they may say, oh, you actually, you know, your consumption was lower, so we give you your money back, but after 1 year. And because this lady was Ukrainian refugee, the transfer of the account was not possible to be done online. She had to go to the company in person, as well as the owner of the flat. And she was, you know, they told her that she is going to pay like 143 euro per month because she is new. But then she said, no, 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 I follow my electric meter almost every day. I know very well how my consumption is, so no way. And she was there just arguing with them for such a long time. She persisted, and then they gave up. So today, her monthly bill is 82 euro instead of this 140. And then, well, we will see, and I think it was much better and everything settled according to her wish. So that's the number one. And as number one was, as I said, responsible refugee from Ukraine. This number two is more irresponsible Czech single mother. And this one came to our organization from a, I would say, typically social excluded environment. And when she asked for help, she already had debts on electricity from the previous accommodation. But this was then paid thanks to a governmental program called Merciful Summer, where actually it was already for second time, so it was Merciful Summer number 2, when the public institutions are obliged to forgive interests from the debts, because in our case the interests in most cases are much higher than the original debt. And some private institutions like banks, for example, also joined this program, but voluntarily. And one of these electric companies where she had the debts is also partly owned by the state, so the Merciful Summer was applicable. So she at least was debt-free. And she joined a one-year program of Women for Women called First Year, where she was offered housing for 1 year and then all kinds of other support, including psychotherapy and whatever. And then we, again, at the beginning, her accommodation was for free, but then she started slowly to pay because she started to work with our help, and then we noticed that the increase of the consumption is quite big. And and then we discovered that she really she behaves very irresponsibly in this sense, because our colleague really went with her through every detail of her daily routine, and it was discovered that she takes very long shower twice a day, very hot water, washes the dishes under running water, has a TV for the whole day, sometimes, you know, the heating is on, and if she is hot, she just opens the window, or all these things, you know, you can imagine were wrong. So, well, in this case is still open-ending, because we are working with her to change the habits, and I hope that in some months we will see the results, but we are in the progress right now. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think this is really extremely concrete, and thank you for mentioning these two examples. I think it shows us sometimes how far we are in our thinking, so it's good that these initiatives and your NGO are taking care. Now let's move on to what we also discussed already, it's digital tools. So we will have Ms. Sarah Dunn, who is from the National Network Local Connections Program at ESB Networks in Ireland. So Sarah, tell us a bit more about the Beat the Peak initiative. I think we heard about it early, but now we want to learn more about it.
Absolutely. So my name's Sarah Dunn and I work for ESB Networks. So we're the distribution system operator in Ireland. So we're responsible for connecting homes, farms and businesses to the electricity network. Just to note, we are not the supplier. So I sit on a program called the National Network Local Connections Program. And in summary, this is kind of around getting the network ready to meet Ireland's 2030 climate action targets. So anyway, I'm here today to talk about our domestic Beat the Peak campaign. So I don't know where the clicker is, sorry. I should have been paying more attention. Green, perfect. So, as you know, we're here today because there is a risk to security of supply this winter, and particularly during peak times between 5 to 7 p.m. So, working with ESB Networks, worked on a suite of Beat the Peak initiatives led by our Commission for Regulation of Utilities in Ireland and the Department of Environment, Climate and Communications to deliver a suite of Beat the Peak initiatives to help combat this peak demand this winter. So I won't talk about the commercial aspects, but we did launch both domestic and commercial. If I were to summarise the commercial in kind of one sentence, commercial pledged is around working with hero organisations, to kind of big organisations who want to walk the walk and who want to kind of do it because it's the right thing. So On Post, who is Ireland's postal service, were our first public pledge, and they've pledged to reduce their use during peak times by doing things like they've an electric fleet, so only charging 50% during peak hours and changing all their light fittings throughout their buildings in Ireland and reducing the thermostats in their buildings. So simple measures like that, and we have a few other hero pledges to be announced over the next few weeks, which will hopefully help to drive awareness around kind of peak measures. Beat the Peak Commercial Active is not yet live, but it's around kind of rewarding businesses for shifting their consumption outside of peak hours. So anyway, back to our domestic. So recently we just launched our Is This a Good Time pilot. So we're challenged with the target of signing up between 15 and 30,000 domestic customers into a pilot where we could kind of help them take control of their electricity usage at home and ultimately help shift demand outside of peak time. For us in ESB Networks, we want to understand the impact of how domestic customers reducing their peak hours, their consumption at peak hours will make a difference. So before we went anywhere, we did a huge amount of customer research. We did quantitative, qualitative behavioural science, and kind of some of the key takeaways are in Ireland that customers don't know what peak times are. You know, they could take a guess, you know, they kind of know they're there, but they don't even know what it means. So our first challenge was to address what is peak times. That we're kind of informed that customers will participate in pilots if there is a benefit to them, such as a financial or pro-social reward, so a donation made. Customers are up for getting involved, but they don't want to be lectured. They don't want to be told what to do. Like, we can empower them to be in control, but we'll never tell them, don't boil your kettle and make a cup of tea in Ireland. That would be going against the grain. There's also a little bit a lack of awareness around renewable targets facing us today. You know, people are aware of wind farms and solar panels, but they're not quite sure how that affects them and their home and their electricity usage. And ultimately, looking at the pilot, it was kind of, you know, customers want something from me, like what's in it for me, basically. So we kind of took those as some of our key learnings, and I'll actually show you some of the communications, but I'll first go through the customer journey. So looking at launching the pilot, our role is to educate consumers in how they can play a role in their energy usage, and they can be in control if we give them the right tools and incentives required to help change behaviour and ultimately help them shift consumption to non-peak hours. Again, we won't tell someone don't do this, don't do that, but we will empower them to kind of understand how, you know, they can make a difference or reduce their consumption away from when the network's at peak demand. So, for example, if I were a potential participant, I might see an awareness ad on my Instagram feed, I might see it before I watch my show on our online players, I might hear a radio ad, and the ad will kind of tell me around what peak time is or the best time to use my appliance, so it will pique my interest. I'll visit our website, espnetworks.ie, and I'll kind of read a little bit more information about what the pilot entails, and I'll be like, right, yeah, I do want to sign up for this. I'll consent to receiving communications, and I'll start receiving customized information around my energy usage. So actually, I'll have to read it off the screen there, but this is a text that went out because we want to kind of, you know, make it tangible and understandable for people. So this was actually the text. Did you know by cutting your ironing by 15 minutes, you can save enough electricity to light your home all evening or watch 8 hours of TV, which coincidentally is the same length of time it takes to mow the White House lawn. So it's kind of getting people to understand that not all appliances are equal, not all appliances use the same amount of energy at the same time. So even just thinking if you're about to put your dishwasher on at 5 p.m, you could delay it by 2 hours. It's just simple measures like that. So once customers are enrolled in the pilot, we'll be inviting them to participate in peak demand events. So they'll be offered a reward to do so, whether financial or pro-social. So we'll make a charity donation on their behalf. At this stage, we will ask for a little bit more information if we don't have it already around household, you know, who works from home, and then around kind of interest, so we can deliver targeted communications. Then during an Amber Alert, these participants will be contacted by message to say, look, we are peak demand. These are actions you've done before that have helped, like that, to reduce your use. Can you take part now? Then afterwards, we'll contact them asking, did they take part, yes or no? No one is obliged to, it's totally optional. Throughout the whole pilot, we will be reaching out to customers with feedback. We want to know what's working, what's not working, what customers are struggling with, or what really has helped them to reduce their use. So we developed 2 key videos, and this one is very Irish humour around kind of what peak time is. So, and I press play.
How are you?
Ah, it's yourself? Any crack?
No, not much. Is this a good time?
What is it? 8:30?
Just after.
100%. Any plans for tonight?
No, I'll probably just watch some telly.
Might have a little snack?
Yeah, me too.
If it's before 5 p.m. or after 7 p.m, it is a good time to use your appliance, as it's outside of peak hours, when less of us are using electricity at the same time.
See you later, man.
See you in 47 minutes.
To find out the best times for you to use electricity, sign up to our pilot at esbnetworks.ie/pilot.
And the next one is around kind of, you know, if it's windy out, there's renewable electricity being generated, it is a good time to...
How was breakfast? Good?
Absolutely. Oh, is this a good time?
Maybe. Is it windy out?
It's pretty windy.
You're grand, so work away.
If it's windy out, it is a good time to use your appliance, as wind generates renewable energy, and Ireland will be relying on that more and more. To find out the best times for you to use electricity, sign up to our pilot at esbnetworks.ie/pilot.
So as you can see, we're in no way telling people what to do, but we are educating and encouraging people to think different and drive that behavioural change. And alongside our content which you receive after signing up, we can help kind of promote this. So this is run through kind of a series of digital channels, through radio, kind of nearly every channel you can think of. So it's kind of live at the moment. So if you're based in Ireland, hopefully you might have seen it. So my final slide is just how are we measuring. If this had been a few weeks later, I might have had a bit more data to give you. We're working on a huge measurement. This whole pilot is about test and learn, what's working, what's not. If it's not working, change it. So we've gotten the measurement broken down into sort of 3 waves. So firstly, participation and engagement. Is the pilot working to deliver our objectives? How effective is it? Are people signed up engaging with it? The next is kind of around the awareness and mindset. So how is the advertising working? Are people understanding when peak time is, and are they thinking about how ultimately when they use electricity at home matters? Because that's basically the main objective, that you start thinking that way. And then finally is around the behavioural change. So, you know, during peak times, are people, like, how are they changing their behaviours? What have we learned? And what's driving this behavioural change? So we can constantly revise and optimise for winter next year. So that's me. I know there's a lot there. If you're based in Ireland, please sign up. The URL is there. And if you have any questions, you can drop me an email.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah. I hope it's successful. We will hear from our Irish colleagues, hopefully. Now that we know what peak hours are, I would like to invite Konrad Hanschmidt to tell us about the peak hours tool his company has developed and put at the disposal for all Europeans for free. So, Konrad, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It looks like it was almost as Sarah and me kind of planned this together, so perfect timing. So my name is Konrad. Whoa, there's nothing on the slides, but I'm the co-founder of Gridio, an electric vehicle smart charging app. But actually, I'm not here to talk about that today. I'm here to talk about the energy crisis and how we think at Gridio that anybody can help solving it. The biggest problem with the energy crisis is high electricity prices. Winter hasn't even started. The biggest cause of that is high gas prices due to low gas supply. Let me show you how this works in, for example, Germany. So this is the average day in Germany in October. This is the gas generation in the electricity sector. And alas, that is also what the electricity prices are doing. The higher the gas use, the higher the electricity price. If you look at renewables, on the other hand, you can see that the higher the renewables, the lower the electricity price is. If you look at France, the story is the same. The higher the share of gas in the generation mix, the higher the electricity prices, the higher the share of renewables in the mix, the lower the prices. You're starting to get the gist, right? If you look at the Netherlands, it's the same. If you look at Belgium, it's the same. The story goes on and on and on, and we can apply it for most countries. So the key thing is, to help with the energy crisis, we need to avoid using electricity at time of high gas generation. That is the way we can extend gas supplies. And that's, of course, why the EU came out with its mandatory 5% peak energy reduction target to flatten the peaks, which is now an obligation for all member states. And this means that roughly about 25 gigawatts of electricity demand needs to be reduced during peak hours, half of which, by the way, can come from electric cars. But as governments are all not as proactive as in Ireland, I think, and as people are still figuring out how to implement it, we decided to Gridio that we want to help. But actually about a year ago in Estonia, where I'm from, electricity prices went through the roof to above 1,000 euros per megawatt hour for the first time. And so we created a little tool called the Electricity Clock, which is a free website where anybody can go check electricity prices really easily. And if they, for example, want to run the dishwasher for 2 hours, select exactly when is the best time to use energy. And this became one of the most popular websites in Estonia, I kid you not. I spent all my parties talking about this tool all the time. So this year we took it a step further and we launched peakhours.eu with a slightly different approach. That in order to help people understand when peak hours are, you can select your country, doesn't matter where you are in Europe, and you can immediately see when are the peak hours so you can make your decisions to either shift consumption away or lower your energy use. So I encourage all of you to look at it and share with your friends. If you have an electric car, we released what is called Ursula mode after Mrs. von der Leyen. This allows you to connect your Tesla, Volkswagen, Hyundai, anything directly to our app, and we will take care of your automatic off-peak charging automatically so you don't have to do a thing. So dear citizens, I encourage you all to track peak electricity prices and do your best, because I think that will help through this energy crisis. And to regulators and policymakers, let's start paying the smart peak avoiders money in the future to encourage this a lot further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Konrad. I think we can all hopefully use the peakhours.eu. That's it. So, and next time I see the president, I will let her know that you have also done something for Ursula.
She already knows. We already met Italian and Hungarian.
Ah, very good. Excellent. Excellent. So thank you. Now we have still two speakers. One of them is Mr. Mert Helmja, and you're from Latvia, and you have created one of the first energy communities in Latvia, and you will let us know how you did it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm from Estonia.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Climate is the same. So, briefly about ourselves. We are in a slightly smaller island than Ireland, but this is the location of our first solar park, community park. So we are there. And we started in the February last year during the peak of the COVID crisis. And actually, we started our community with a huge amount of Teams sessions and also even registering officially our community at the notary office. We had to do it with a remote verification. So COVID is not blocking community energy to appear. It's not a problem. We can do it virtually even. And we have started with our first solar park on a small island, Hiiumaa, and with a capacity of 13 kilowatts. This is a small one, but due to the unavailability of grid connection, we had to start with optimization on the local consumptions only. In coming years, when I hope the grid connection will be available, we are ready to expand and add storage capabilities as well. This is the screenshot from our crowdfunding module on our community website, and we got it funded in 3 weeks. Some lessons learned from our short journey up today is that keep it simple. People are ready to talk with you about the things they can see and touch today. Don't talk about hydrogen, don't talk about nuclear, don't even talk about Teslas. Sorry, Konrad, most of us even can't afford them. But solar and wind parks currently for the community energy. Manage the expectations of people. Everybody wants low electricity bill, no tariff fees. We need the park running in 3 months, and we want somebody to do the project management for free. Sorry, we cannot bundle all those benefits into one. So let's start doing all step by step. We started, as you saw, with a very simple solar park, very simple. But in our pipeline, we already have a community park together with a municipality. We have hoped to get an agreement with a wind park developer, offering a community to participate. And we also have negotiations with an industrial factory to have a community park on the factory roof. So step by step, and then all together, we can get all the benefits community energy can provide. And don't think, just start moving. Because if you start doing and you deliver something, it gives you an emotion that you can do stuff, you can deliver, and you also got more confidence in your own team, in your own community. And then the next step, you will provide more kilowatts to your parks. But just start do it in a startup way. Test it on people. And currently, in the middle of the perfect storm, I think we have a good paradox that during the perfect storm, every citizen and household is more occupied of saving themselves, helping themselves. Put the mask on your face first. So, and the community energy solutions are a little bit secondary at the moment. But as my experience is that the second wave, which is coming after that, is the community energy wave. Because the individuals in my community, in our cooperative, who have already placed solar on their own household, they are the most confident supporters and most active members of the community because they have seen it works. How to do it faster in coming year and two, in a very near future? Enable grid connection to community energy. Grid connection provides additional cash flow for the organization to build up, and also it makes a more efficient use of the rooftops and lands of renewable parks. We can use them more efficiently. And another aspect is that we have to get municipalities on board. Having the municipality as a member of energy community provides more trust and confidence, so people are sure that this is a safe thing to join with. And of course, municipalities have the perfect spots for community energy: schools, kindergartens, swimming pools, which have a daily consumption. So thank you for the opportunity to share this. Hope to be back in coming years to tell the story of our second, third, and fourth park. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I learned that Estonia has a lot of good examples here, also from the small island next to Estonia, or part of Estonia. So my last speaker for this panel is Miss Julia Gerardi-Hook, who is head of social services at the city of Vienna, and you will tell us a little bit more what the city of Vienna is doing. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm the last obstacle between you and the lunch break, so I'll be quick. So what have we done in Vienna to help our people get through the winter? As you can see, Austria and especially Vienna, we are so dependent on gas, on Russian gas, so the prices were skyrocketing, and we had to do something. So this is something that I'm not going to discuss in detail. These are different sorts of subsidies. And as Mechtet has said, if you act fast, it's hard to act very targeted. So the first amount of energy subsidies were paid out to almost half of the Viennese population. That's of course not super targeted, the Energiebonus. But then we attached some extra energy subsidies to subsidies that we were paying out anyway, to really try to target people that were already receiving financial support, and we make sure to pay the subsidies directly to the energy provider. Because as we also discussed already, if you have a hard time paying for your energy bills, you probably have a hard time paying rent or paying food as well. So we found out if we really want to tackle the energy bills as such, we have to transfer the money directly to the energy provider. What we also do a lot is to give people some freedom when to pay their bills. Because we can always see around Christmas, people tend to get more wages when you're employed in Austria. You always get a 14th kind of monthly salary around Christmas. So we allow people to be more flexible in the paying schemes. And the Vienna Energy Utility Company has voluntarily committed itself not to cut off people, which is of course delaying the problem, because if they have collected debts in their energy bills, then the problem will be delayed. But at least we don't have cold homes in the winter time. And we also have ombudsman, people who talk to people and explain all these possibilities that they have in person. What is going to happen nationally now, it's going to be effective by December 1st, and this is an instrument that is going to encourage, hopefully, energy saving, is to have a price cap on the consumer level. So every household is given 2,900 kilowatt hours on 10 cents per kilowatt hour for guaranteed, and every consumption that exceeds this amount will have to be paid by the market price. So this is going to encourage people to really stay within those 2,900 kilowatt hours in their consumption, because that amount, there is a price cap, and the amount exceeding these 2,900 kilowatt hours will be more expensive. So we also hope that this encourages people to actually save on their energy spendings. What we do, as I work for Vienna Housing, the housing company, social housing company, we could see that, as we've already discussed as well, people tend to get depressed when they're late in paying bills, and they tend to get apathic. So we have a case management. We have social workers actually calling home to people that are late in paying rents, in this case, but also when they're late in paying rents, then they're late in paying their energy bills. So we realized that you actually, for the really lower income households, they're in such a multiple crisis, also after COVID, and now with the energy crisis, that we're really losing a contact to a lot of our citizens. So we have around 20 people actually calling home and making sure that they do something, right? They fill in these forms, they apply for the subsidies, because we can increasingly see they're giving up. They're just giving up on everything, piling up all those debts, and this is really no way to go. And exactly. So what we are also doing is, and that's quite an innovative thing that we've been doing for 10 years, and that pays off now for those 10,000 people who have actually invested in citizen solar panels. As we've heard from Minister Smith, people really like to do something, they like to invest into solar panels, and as for a city like Vienna, we have a lot of social housing, so people cannot do a lot themselves. But they can invest. The Vienna energy provider put up solar plants, and you can buy a share of that plant, and that is super popular. It's always sold out within 2 or 3 days, where especially middle income people can invest into those power plants, and then they get a certain amount of energy provided for free, and some sort of interest rate paid back. And this amount of energy is worth much more now when the energy prices increase. So this is something that we will roll out even further in the future, to include citizens in the investments into solar energy. That's really been very successful. And you can see here, this is on the rooftops of social housing, so they can even see the solar panels that they have invested in. So that's quite what we usually get a lot of appraisal for. I think that was it.
Thank you very much, Julia. I think that rounds up of the excellent examples we heard today from across the EU in different parts, and different examples, very, very, very concrete. We will definitely share the PowerPoint slides so everyone can look at it and even contact eventually the presentators of today, of that session. And with that, I'm looking at the time. We have overrun already 15 minutes. And as it was said, there is lunch. So I would like to say a huge thanks to all of you for all your presentations. I know it's a lot of personal commitment as well from all of you. So we will have lunch, that's the good news. I think it's upstairs. I was looking for someone to help me. So it's between 12:30 now and 1:30. And then we come back to the afternoon sessions. So there are 3 breakout sessions with different topics, ranging from consumer-supplier relationship, on communities, and others. So the information will be shared. It will start at 1:30 in different breakout rooms. But as I said, now it's time for lunch. So I invite everyone to take that break, discuss it, because we don't have time now, with the presentators of today, and ask your questions if you have them. Thank you very much for this morning.
Okay. So hello, all of you. I would like to welcome you in the first breakout session that will be devoted to customer-supply relationship. I'll maybe wait like 1 more minute for those that want to come in to sit down, and then we will eventually close the door. So you can come in. Okay. You are allowed. So I think that no one else will come in, so we can start right away. So apparently you are aware of the fact that customer-supplier relationships are not easy ones. They are kind of problematic, and they always used to be problematic. And they probably became even more problematic in the times of energy crisis. That's why we have this breakout session dedicated to this issue. And also why yesterday there was a whole discussion roundtable dedicated to this issue. Today we will split the problem into 2 areas. In the first area, we will focus on the relationship between the customer and the standard supplier. So let's say the normal relationship, however, in abnormal times of the crisis. So we will see and discuss how the crisis actually changed this relationship, which problems maybe existed before and were emphasized, and which new problems actually appeared. And in the second part, we'll have a presentation and discussion on the topic of this kind of abnormal relationship in abnormal times, which is the customer and the last resort supplier. What is the role of the last resort supplier, which comes to place when the customer is abandoned with its current supplier and is lost and desperate, and how this role and the model of the last resort supplier maybe should change after the lesson learned through the energy crisis. So the first presentation will be given by Vicky Tsega, who is from the Customer Organization Association in Greece. And the second will be given by Anna Johansen, who is representing Euroelectric, the Customer Retail Services Committee, as a co-vice chair, and also Vattenfall Finland. So the first presentation will be from the perspective of the customer, while the second will be more from the perspective of the supplier. So the lady will be first and second as well. So I give you the floor and you can start.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to such an interesting topic. My name is Vicky Tsega. I'm legal advisor in ECPISO. ECPISO is a non-profit organization, consumer organization based in Athens. We are a member of BEUC, and we are running internally since 2017 an Energy for All program. That means that we want affordable also energy for all the consumers, and such as also submitting collective actions against energy providers, also submitting also letters to relevant authorities such as an NRA, making also with them workshops in order to inform the consumer about their rights, and also many other things, press releases also, and participating also in national also public bodies. Here is my representation.
Sorry, Vicky, I maybe haven't told it, but the presentation should be something like 5 to 10 minutes, because we should have mostly the discussion afterwards.
Yeah. Energy crisis and consumers. Actually, in Greece, we have an increase of complaints in the energy sector the last 1 year. 70% is the increase, the number of increase, and a lot of complaints in ECPISO. And now energy is the first sector after also banks, because banks used to have the first in our list, now is energy. We have many complaints because for the consumer it's very complicated, the market, and they don't know what they pay. They're not informed very well about the energy bills that they pay and also the consumption. And millions of households in Greece also are struggling to pay their bills in due time. And according to, they prioritize monthly spending. Electricity is the first topic after food and medicine, because we made a new one now in these days, and we noticed that electricity now is a topic in monthly expenses. And there is an increase of the number of households restoring to the universal electricity supply service. We have an increase of temporary repayment arrangements, and we have unfortunately also experienced a lot of consumers in Greece, 10% electricity disconnection, and we have also, they are facing also aggressive collection tactics by especially also for the installments, because they don't pay, because they are facing problems not only with energy, with increase of food and other social sectors. And this is the reason that we have a lot of people that they are facing risk of energy poverty and energy exclusion. What are the practical barriers? There is a lack of trust toward energy suppliers. We made 1 year ago a survey, and more than 80% of the consumers say that they don't trust energy suppliers because they feel very confused about their policies, such as difficulties concerning the reading and understanding of electricity bills. There is a lot of complexity inside the bills, unclear cost calculation, taxes, charges, also not related energy charges. We have in Greece a problem with energy bill because inside the energy bill we have also extra costs that they don't have any relationship with the energy sector. This is very confusing for the consumers. And also, this is the reason that because of the complexity of the energy bills, they cannot understand and control the energy cost and calculation. There is a full absence of deployment of smart metering, and this is the reason that we have many estimated billings during the year. Only once was actual consumption, and there is no control in wholesale prices, and we are facing also, because of this reason, a lot of wrong calculations are the consumers. There is a distortion of the wholesale price of electricity because they focus in 100% of the model of the energy exchange. It's the reason that we are saying in Greece that they are facing like a stock exchange thing. That electricity is a commodity, it's not a game. This is the reason that we have submitted 2 months ago a collective action against the government because of the methodology they use concerning the calculation of the energy prices. What the next practical barriers? Exposed to a lot of unfair practices, commercial practices. This is a part of misleading offers. They are too complex. They call the consumers. They say other things in writing and other things in oral. And after 2 months, the consumer realizes that they are in another also a contract without also explaining to them what is the kind of contract they sign up. There is a lack of pre-contractual information and complaint handling. We made actually a secret survey a few months ago, and none of our energy providers, they gave pre-contractual information that is also in legislation, part of legislation. The terms and conditions of the contracts are very critical and complex. They switch to dynamic contract without the consent of the consumers, and this is happening the last also 8 months. They change or terminate the fixed term, the fixed price contracts also, and the consumers are very confused because of this, and they don't know if they have a fixed price or dynamic price contract. In the market now, the most countries, they have only variable price contracts. There is a very small amount of countries that they use also of the energy providers' fixed prices, and they are very expensive also. And this is the reason that the consumers have less choice. They are very confused. And they say that there is a lack of information education. This is the most critical case points that the consumer they say to us through surveys and questions, also through complaints. What are our proposals? Affordable energy and exchange of best practices, also not only at local or national level, also at European level. need to adopt more flexible arrangement with consumers and also to identify the specific also solutions like moratoria, change of tariff, the existing also debts in order to the consumer that they are facing new debts, they must be more flexible with no either rates and additional fees. They must also have better practices in order to approach the consumers, such as clear information, transparency in general terms, contractual information, transparency in the bills. Also, the customer service should be more in contact with the customers. We think that this is the good time now for the energy providers to be more environmental responsibility, have a more sensitivity. They also to focus to empower the consumers, focusing on literacy and energy poverty mitigation, improve the cooperation with consumer organizations, and because we are in the other part of the road, but we have a lot of experience, and we are available to help them and educate them concerning the problems that are facing the consumers. Suppliers of last resort should be also help consumer and assure the principles of continuity and accessibility to energy. How much is my time?
And the time is out.
So,
we have many more proposals, I see.
Yes, okay. Well-designed energy bill and transparent information. And we made a campaign. 96.3% of the respondents answered that they want clean energy bills. We are having now a small booklet concerning the clean energy bill for all citizens in Europe. We made now a survey, and we're going to submit it at EU level or so at the beginning of 2023. The right to choose also between attractive fixed and variable contracts, develop innovative products and services, create mechanisms to prevent bills shocks, ensure that consumers have access to IDR mechanisms, specialized on energy, because a lot of countries in Europe, they do have specialized also departments concerning energy, and energy is a very specific sector with specific regulation. The majority of the IDR also bodies, they don't know about the specific legislation and how to handle all these complaints. Ensure that consumers have easy access to comparison tools, have access to energy supply to satisfy their basic needs, expansion of the social rate, a set-up scheme to help energy poor also, innovative financial schemes, combining subsidies with green loans, maybe also to incorporate the energy bill such also proposals. And an harmonizing effort is required to have also a consistent also deployment of smart meters and fossil fuel companies to pay a solidarity contribution because of the situation that we are facing now. Those disconnection.
I have to stop you now.
Yeah.
Because
those are known and those are the core.
Yeah.
Really well informed. Because when the consumers are really aware and well informed, are very active, this is our experience, not leaving anyone behind, and we should also help the consumer in order to have a more green also this possibility.
So now actually, thank you, Vicky, for this interesting presentation with lots of ideas. You can actually stay here for a while if you want. If there are some questions directly to Vicky, either from the audience here or from the Slido, so we can go through them. Otherwise, we can start the discussion in general. Is there someone willing to ask a question? Seems that everyone is exhausted after the lunch.
Yeah.
So maybe
and I was running.
If there is something on the Slido, then no. So maybe for me to start the discussion, what I found interesting, you have mentioned that there are no smart meters in Greece rolled out, and you can maybe now sit down eventually.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Microphone. Oh, okay.
So I was just wondering if there is some plan for the rollout for smart meters in Greece, or if it is postponed ad acta and...
Yes, since 2016, they stopped the development also smart meters, and this is now the case, and this is the right time now, and we mention now in our NRA also that is also the positive also time to get roll out also the smart meters, because otherwise the consumers, they cannot control their consumption and energy prices.
And I was just wondering a general question, because we have seen many problems and then many suggestions for solutions. So I'll first focus on the problems. So maybe, what do you think of these problems? Most of them probably existed before. They just became more emphasized by the crisis. Do you have some idea what would be the problems that are actually new, that came with the crisis and did not exist before? I also found it in your presentation. Maybe, it's the case that the suppliers are changing fixed-term contracts without actually letting the customer to consent to some dynamic price contracts. Is it something that you observe in your countries as well, or is there an experience on your side with this kind of aggressive or unfair commercial practice? And did it exist before as well, or is it a new thing completely?
Thank you. First of all, congrats to your presentation. In my country, I don't have a dynamic contracts or dynamic tariffs or fixed-term contracts. We do have fixed-term contracts, but the problem was that in Portugal, the energy price is always the same. So the companies use a kind of discounts to engage consumers to go to the market. But they saw that giving a 5% discount was nothing. So they began to, I don't believe I'm going to say this, but they began to use a kind of bundle services to attract consumers. What is happening now in the energy crisis is that these bundle services have minimum contractual periods, of course, and of course with the energy price increasing. And just for you to be aware, nowadays companies are increasing the prices on a monthly basis, and they are saying that though you have a fixed term contract, which means that in a year I have the same price, of course there is a possibility, it's not an unfair contract term, to say that we can increase the price. The consumer can opt out if he doesn't agree with this kind of price. It's not an unfair contract term, unfortunately. But the problem is that consumers try to opt out from the system, but they know that they still have to pay the rest of the months of the bundle services. So this is a barrier for consumers to switch and of course, to move out. And in a situation like in Portugal, where the government is putting pressure on consumers to return to the regulated market, it's tragic, but it's a thing that is happening. Consumers cannot go to the regulated market because they're receiving energy bills saying you have to pay 100 euros, for example, just for your energy service, bundle service, and you need to stay on the contract. So this is something that
so the bundled service actually exists still, it lasts, but there is no security with the energy contract. But it hasn't been
totally addressed, not only in the electricity directive, for example, and even national regulators are excluding, saying that it's not up to us to solve this.
Is there some other comment to this unfair practice when the suppliers are changing unilaterally the conditions of the contracts without actually asking the customers for the consent? Yes. Because I think this is something which is very new, even though it existed in a limited way, but in the good times with falling prices, there was no need, no urge. But now in the bad times, the suppliers apparently are in distress as well, not only the consumers, so they do whatever they can to improve their cash flow and their balance. So,
yes, I can say something about Belgium. I'm the Belgian Energy Ombudsman, and we are receiving this year already more than 22,000 complaints. This is more than 4 times the complaints in the other years, the previous years. But most of the complaints, more than 80%, because I have the numbers here, it's about pricing and also about new contracts that are not still fixed contracts, because there is no supplier who is offering still fixed contracts. It's all the new contracts or variable contracts, and we have some issue with one supplier who was saying at the end of last year, we will end your fixed contract and you will receive a new variable contract without respecting the contractual term. The guarantee of price for 1, 2, 3 years, he was not respecting them. So we as our ombudsman service reacted, and the supplier accepted our recommendation that they cannot do this in an unilateral way, in one way, without the consent, of course, of the consumer, of the client. So in Belgium, they changed also the law, and it's very important now that suppliers need to respect delays and conditions and communication. So delays, when they change a contract in a fixed or in a variable, they need to send a message 2 months before the end of the contract to the consumer, to their client, saying that this will be your new price and your old price was this. So people can compare the old price with the new price. They need also to ask to the consumer if they agree with this new price. But if the consumer does not react, but it happens, because it happens that people doesn't react if they're receiving a communication, then the supplier can bill the price, how you call it, the equivalent cheapest price in his portfolio. Okay. He can bill he can continue with the cheapest price in his cheapest from the equivalent product. So normally it's the cheapest variable product he can bill for this client who is not reacting. And also in the communication, he needs to refer to the price comparison tools of the regulators, because people can go see if their price that it's offered by the supplier is really the best price.
Well, in fact, one of the problems that happen now is that the price comparison tools are not working properly, so it's another of the new problems, as far as I know, in our country and maybe in other countries as well, so that's kind of complicated. So maybe there are some other people from the audience with their opinions, so if you could pass, please, the microphone to them.
So I'm also from Belgium. I'm board member of an energy cooperative that is not only a producer of renewable electricity, but also a supplier. What was new for me as a board member, so our cooperative has been a supplier since 2003, that now for me it came to surface what I was being said, for instance, by Claude Turmes, who has been MEP for Luxembourg, but is now the Minister of Energy in Luxembourg. He told me, well, the liberalization of the energy market was actually made for big industrial consumers. But as long as the electricity price was low, this didn't really come to surface. But now I was told by my colleagues that in Belgium, about 1/3 of the electricity produced is on the market. The rest is PPAs between the big producers and the big consumers. So actually, who is liable to these high prices? It's mainly the ones on the low voltage net distribution grid, which is households and small SMEs. So that came to surface now, and actually I think that's the big elephant in this room. This market doesn't work for citizens.
Well, this is an interesting point. You know, I would be interested if the similar situation exists somewhere else. You know, I'm afraid that in many countries it's actually vice versa, because some of the households at least have some fixed-term contracts, but the industrial customers typically sign contracts for 1 year, so they are lucky until the end of this year, but next year the prices will go up dramatically, and that's at least my experience. So I kind of wonder that in Belgium there are so many PPA contracts that will...
For instance, if you want a contract for an offshore wind farm, the banks, they really want a PPA with a big consumer, not with citizens.
Obviously, yeah. So that's maybe by the distribution of your resources. Yes, thank you.
You might be tired of hearing about Belgium, but just to correct, my colleague is the Federal Ombudsman. I'm the Walloon Region Ombudsman.
So it seems that in Belgium there are the most problems.
So, no, but it's just to explain. So he has parts of the complaints, I have the other part. So And I'm also the head of legal of the Walloon Regulatory Authority, so I have two caps. Just maybe to give some input on the question, what do you see as practices that could be abusive or not on the market? One thing we saw is that we have different types of contracts in Belgium. One type of contract we have, the undermine contract in length, meaning that for a certain length, for example 1 year, the supplier will engage on the price, etc. But after the 1 year, he's entitled to himself get out of the contract with notice. And those contracts were shot by the suppliers. They were, we call them end of contracts, and there were massive end of contracts to actually leave those fixed price, long-term fixed price, which were undetermined ending contracts. And after the first year or the first 3 years that were well determined in the contract, they would leave those contracts and propose variable prices to the consumers. So that's one practice we saw. It's not illegal in itself, but it was massive, and it impacted consumers really quickly, because the minute supplier decides this, in 2 months the contract is ended. So that's the first thing. The second thing is something we see now, is that there is beginning to be difficult for public services to get suppliers. Why? Because they have to offer tenders. They don't necessarily understand what's happening on the gross market, and they want to run their public services fixed prices or long-term contracts. At current moment in time, it's very difficult for suppliers, and we know this as a regulatory authority, we have had discussions with them, to offer a fixed price or even to engage on a 3-year or 2-year period. So we are now facing, and we are crossing our fingers, but it will be a hard month in December. Several public services will end up without a supplier on 1st of January, which will mean termination and disconnection.
It's maybe related to the topic of the last resort supplier that we will have as the second representation.
But the last resort supply doesn't necessarily
cover everyone.
To businesses or instances that are different than the residential. So we have some rules for the supplier of last resorts in Belgium, but it doesn't apply here. So that's one thing. Another thing, it's and it also includes public services, social housing. So difficulties are ahead. What we also saw is suppliers are facing cash issues at the moment to be able to basically advance the money. So what are they doing? They are billing every little extra service, and which weren't usually put in pass-through to the consumers, but now they're billing it. Example, on prosumer profiles, they are billing the profiling of prosumers. It's extra costs, it's tough costs, balancing of prosumers. For example, we had several suppliers adding a cost on prosumer clients, and that cost was of €15 per KVA installed per month. So if you have someone with a 3.500 kilowatt hour, for example, installation, then you're there with 3.5 times 15 every month on top of your bill. So we have to actually, well, we've inquired this, we've addressed it to the competition authority, and we're actually trying to find out whether first it's representative, to whether it consists of a legal practice or not, because on top of that, it was a supplier that was very much offering very good products for prosumers at the time, and the next minute they add this. So yeah, it was a captive, and then they kind of reject this.
Maybe related to these reactions, I would have a question. It seems to me that the big problem is in the contractual relationship between supplier and customer, aside of the other existing problem, and this was emphasized by the crisis. Would it not be beneficial if there was on the European level some kind of guideline or network code that would in generic way describe the basic types of contracts and the terms of conditions that must be met? Or do you think this will be redundant and you want to leave it up to the member states? I mean, our experience is that we were trying to do it in our own legislation because of these unfair practices happened, so we wanted to make it a little clearer. And it's very hard to get it done on a national level. Maybe it would be a good idea for some kind of a network code guideline that would introduce this. What is your opinion about this?
The reaction on this is basically it's very difficult because, as you said, whether it's an illegal practice or not. And what we can see is that so far, a lot is not an illegal practice. To bill a cost that you have as a commercial entity is something you can do. Well, you might lose clients, but it's something you can do if it's not banned. Yeah. The question is more, is it proportional? And that's where we have a role and a place to act. I think it's very difficult because we're on the contract, and that part of the market is commercial. 1/5 of all consumers in Belgium now are on social tariffs. This gives you a level of comprehension of the situation of the Belgian market today.
Okay.
And we have no full rollout of smart meters in the Walloon region. It's different in Flanders, but in the Walloon region, just for this quick explanation, the CBA was done, which is provided in the directive, and it showed that there was no need for full rollout. We're now crying for it.
Okay, so this actually gets me to another question that I would like to ask. I mean, all these problems are some kind of symptoms, and apparently there are some fundamental pillars that you can fix, and then maybe on these pillars you could build the supplier-customer relationship in a more harmonic ways. So my question is, what are actually these most important pillars that should be fixed? I understand it that one of them is the smart meter, because if there are smart meters installed, then the customer at least knows what is his consumption. Second pillar, as I have understood, might be a more clearer bill, which is understandable to the customer. But maybe there are some other aspects. I mean, it came to my mind that this would be more structured rules for the contractual relationships for different types of products. But if you have some idea what else could be like the important element that might fix it from below and to build the fundament, that then the symptoms are not that dramatic as they are now.
If I might, pre-contractual information is very crucial for the consumer, in order to consumer to know what is going to happen in a few 2 months, because when they saw the first bill, they call us and they say, oh, this is not that I will say to them that it's okay. It's not the price that they told me. It's another price. It's very high that the price that it was in the advertisement, and they call that. And because the majority of the energy providers they call you. They don't send you an email with pre-contractual information in writing in order to know what you're going to sign, and it's very crucial to know determination. Also, the combination of the products that they also offering, because it's very difficult for them to go to the tool in order to see what is happening with other also contracts, and also to control the prices if it's the prices that is a more positive way for the consumers, despite other energy providers that is coming, and they have also other prices. It's very confusing, the whole system, and this is the reason that we need also pre-contractual information in writing with specific requirements to the consumer. Maybe it changes the energy also regulation 2 months notice before the changing of the consumer. This is a very good idea. We don't have all the countries this regulation. This is a very good idea in order to be informed the consumer for the beginning what is going to have in the previous months.
Okay, so there's another question.
Yeah, we are at the Citizens Forum, and I think there's one thing we have to bring back is that people don't understand the difference between even a DSO and their supplier. I mean, I'll give you an example, very easy. My assistant, she's responsible to get all the complaints first, and then they're distributed. She says that the DSOs, whenever they don't know who to send the person to, they send them to us. But they might need a shoemaker, they'll send them to us. But they don't know what to do with their bills. They don't know who is a supplier. They don't know who's a DSO. And even in the first lines in some services, they don't know what to do.
And do you have it all on one bill, or you have two separate bills?
We have one bill.
Okay. At least.
Yeah, it's long. But I think it's also part of when we were talking information campaigns, there's something to explain there to people. They all think it's big brothers watching you and adding huge things on bills without even understanding one line on the bill. And when you go to variable prices, it's even worse because you get a formula. Okay. Great. Yes. You have to, and even working in a regulator, I'm a legal, okay? I can't do the calculation. I'm sorry, I don't understand my bill. So just let's be honest with ourselves. There's something to do there, to work. And I think, yes, information is important, but before information, there's education.
Okay.
And to understand and to make sure people are able to understand the information they get. Because today it's really difficult.
There's one more question.
Just to pick on that thing. First of all, just a question. Has any DSO or any energy supplier has ever contacted a consumer organization to ask support to provide information to consumers?
No.
No one. I don't know.
DSOs are regulated, they are not customer-oriented.
Yes, they say that it's not up to me to help consumers, but it's up for the national regulator.
But it's actually, it might have the solution with the joint contract, and then this is the
But
role of the supplier, actually.
Sometimes it could be easy. In my country, my organization, we have regular meetings with the DSO, not only to understand how is the market, but also to understand how we can help and cope with consumers and try so that they can understand their energy bill. Suppliers came to us, and we have regular meetings to discuss the bill and how the information could be put on the bill to be more transparent. And I also add something on what Vicky said. Enforcement is also a key issue, because if you have, we could have the best pre-contractual information, but if the company is not using that pre-contractual information, it should be enforced. And by private enforcement with ADR systems that are capable, that understand the energy issues to help consumers, but also with public enforcement.
Yeah, specific on energy.
So maybe, now we could kind of finish the first part. I think there are no questions on the Slido, at least that's what I get as the information. To wrap it up, it seems that as usual, if there is a problem, the biggest is in Belgium, because everyone who asks goes from Belgium. But in general, what we have noticed is that there are some important elements. It seems to me that it's the understandability of the energy bill, education of the customers, smart meters, and maybe some more structured rules for contractual relationship and enforcement. So this seems to me that those are like the most important elements. Of course, we will not resolve the issue of high prices by this, but we can at least resolve the issue that the consumers are not excessively confused more than they have to. For the high prices, then you need to have some social tools to resolve it, because the prices are really extreme, and some of the consumers, even if the world would be perfect and they would understand what the supplier is telling them, they would understand the bill, they would have a smart meter and see what is their consumption, they would still have a problem with paying the bill, that's for sure. So now maybe I'll ask Anna to give us, from the other part of the barricade, the view of the supplier, and especially of the supplier in relation to the role of the last resort.
So hello everyone, my name is Anna Johansson and I'm representing Eurelectric as the Vice Chair of the Retail Committee, but also Vattenfall, which is an energy company which is operating in the Nordics, but also in Germany, the Netherlands, UK and France. And Vattenfall is working in generation, as a grid company and as a supplier. So we have different setups in different markets. So I will talk about the role of supplier of last resort, because we are a supplier of last resort in many of the markets, but it's also, I think, valuable to understand the context of where the supplier of last resort functions and in what role that supplier of last resort has in the different markets. So is it the big button or is it the small? That's the difficult part of the whole thing. So what is the supplier of last resort? It is outlined in the Electricity Directive as a mechanism for, to ensure a level of universal service to customers. However, the wording leaves kind of a freedom to the member states on how to implement this act. And that is, as a result, makes it very different on how the customers are treated when it comes to the supplier of last resort. Can I just do like this? So in some countries it falls on the incumbent supplier, and in others there are other types of mechanisms to solve this. Given this flexibility, there is a big diversity as to when the supplier of last resort mechanism is activated or can be applied. So in most member states, this is a solution for when a supplier leaves the market for some reason and the customers are left without any supplier. Then, in the most cases, this is the role of the supplier of last resort to step in so that the customers have a supplier at this situation. But also in other markets, supplier of last resort can act also as a supplier for customers who are faced with insolvency or who cannot contract with another supplier. So some examples from 3 markets where we are operating as a supplier of last resort. And I'm starting with Sweden. And in Sweden, it's the role of the DSO to appoint a supplier of last resort who is supplying electricity to customers at a reasonable price. This is not defined what is a reasonable price, but it's sort of up to if the price would deemed unreasonable, then it is to the authorities to step in and do some kind of intervention. Customers end up with a supplier of last resort if they lose their current electricity supplier, for example, due to bankruptcy or something like that, or if the current supplier cancels or terminates the supply contract. This is very, very unusual, however, rarely happens. And in addition, in Sweden, actually this contract type is also used for customers who are really not interested in the electricity market and not actively signing any contract with any suppliers. So this is not really the sort of intention, but that's how the way it is used. There is no regulation on the type of contract, so you can have both some kind of flexible contracts or fixed price contracts, and in the current market situation, more and more suppliers are moving to a more variable price contract. However, the customer always have the possibility to switch from this contract within 14 days. This is not sort of a social security set up, because that is something for the social authorities in Sweden. So even the supplier of last resort can ask for a collateral for a customer who has not a very good credit, and then they need to turn to the social services to get help with paying for that. In Finland, the situation is sort of similar when it comes to the social security system. So the supplier of last resort is not the way for like any customer to get a contract. Actually, here there is not really like stated who is the supplier of last resort, but that is defined based on who has the most customers within that grid area. And if the customers, there has been a few suppliers who have left the market, and then it is the grid operator has 6 months where they have to supply electricity, but they are also informing that now, please, you have to make a choice, you have to choose another supplier. And if the customer doesn't do that, then they fall to the supplier of last resort. So very, very few customers actually end up with the supplier of last resort. And then in Germany, there the situation is different. There it is more of a universal service provider, the supplier of last resort. We are in Berlin and Hamburg active as supplier of last resort. There we are also actively involved in discussions on how to help customers who have difficulties. And we also there offer a special tariff, and that is actually you're eligible if you are exempt from the license fee for the public broadcast. That is, from Vattenfall perspective, the way to say that, yes, then you're eligible also for this tariff. And we give a bonus if you are paying your bills on time for those customers as well. And then there is this is not a Vattenfall case, but this is from the Eurelectric structure of expertise, and in the European member states there was last fall this big supplier in Czech Republic that actually stopped its operations, went bankrupt, and then 900,000 customers had to be shifted to some kind of suppliers of last resort, and this caused a lot of problems for the suppliers, but also for the customers. And I think this has also made that the regulation has been changed in Czech to account for a better handling of the customers here. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for an interesting presentation. So now, if there are some questions directly to the topic about the supplier of last resort, you can ask Anna. If that's not the case, I have one question. You are not only from Eurelectric, but also from Vattenfall.
Yeah.
And you are the supplier of last resort in Finland and in Germany.
And in Sweden.
And in Sweden even.
Yeah.
So are you happy to be a supplier of last resort? Yeah.
I think it is different because of the context. As I said, in Finland, it is rarely something that we are sort of even experiencing our role as supplier of last resort. So there it's much more about helping customers actively to sort of get an offer with us if they are ending up in a situation where the supplier leaves the market. In Sweden, this is as I said, it's a sort of resort for passive customers who don't really do anything. They just move in and then they get a contract. And in that case, yes, we are not really, because customers have not actively chosen to be with us, so we are not really happy with that either, even though it is, of course, giving sort of an inflow of customers to us. But as the role of supplier of last resort on the other way of sort of the helping customers who end up in a difficult situation, yeah, I think that we are the state-owned supplier owned by the state in Sweden, so that's a role that we are happy to take on. So I would say that is
so the positive side outweighs the negative one.
And I think that also in these challenging times, maybe not all suppliers are able to take on that kind of role. So I think that also takes some actual commitment and resources from those suppliers.
So there may be some question from Slido.
Actually, I have a question also to Anna about your presentation. What you mentioned that the DSO in Sweden is actually assigning the supply of last resort.
Yes.
Now, the question is, you are quite a big company. What is the consequence of a small company being assigned as a supply of last resort?
Yeah, I think in Sweden we have, I don't know, over 100 suppliers, but many of them are municipality owned, and the municipalities also own the grid. So sort of you have a small supplier, but it's connected to the municipality, so sort of you have some kind of security for those suppliers in that context. There are, of course, also some suppliers who might not be able to do, but we don't have a security system for what happens if a supplier of last resort actually would leave the market. Then it is up to the grid company to sort of find a new supplier for that role.
To be the supplier of last resort.
Yes, and that's a topic that has been brought up now in this current situation because of the requirements and really tough demands on suppliers.
I mean, we have this solution because we had this case in Czech Republic with this large bankruptcy, and it was big pressure on the suppliers of last resort, so that's why I asked if you are happy. So I think in general they were happy because they got many new customers, but it was also a hit suddenly for their services and for the hedging and portfolio management. But after that the law was a little bit changed, and there is now a new rule that if the supplier of last resort goes bankrupt, then the regulator assigns a replacement supplier of last resort on the DSO territory. There is a question here on the right.
Yes, hello, Nadia Hausmann from the German regulator. I have a question because you were asking Anna whether she is happy to take over actually when it comes to the supplier of last resort. Why shouldn't you not be happy, actually? What is the big difference between the normal contract? Because if I look in Germany and I make the difference between the contracts that are offered as a supplier of last resort and others, they are exactly the same. So you are gaining customers. Or am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah, I think that what this could be about, it's also that maybe in these kinds of contracts you have more customers who don't have the best financial resources. So you have a larger credit risk with these customers. You have to maybe invest more time, be more sort of close to these, help the customers. So it's more costly, I would say. So depending on what kind of business model you have as a supplier, maybe this is not the kind of customers you want to actively have. So I say that is sort of the negative part, but I think that is also taking the responsibility that the last resort supplier does.
So there's a question on the Slido, and I will add one more question to this one. So is Vattenfall compensated somehow for the service of the supplier of last resort?
No.
And how come? Because you mentioned it in your presentation that the prices are actually not regulated at all.
Yeah, but we don't have a history or a tradition of price regulation in the Nordics at all. So I think that this has been a topic that should it be somehow regulated, and in what way? But I think the findings have been that as the supply of last resort is not mainly for those customers who end up in trouble, but mostly for those who are just not caring, it is not seemed to be sort of something that you could regulate because it doesn't fall under the European regulation of what you are allowed to do.
What if you ask them to pay excessively high prices?
Yeah, then it's up to the regulator to see that sort of they need to change.
There's some open window for some ad hoc regulation if you
Yeah.
misbehaved.
Yeah, or at least then you have to change the pricing.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not seemed as reasonable.
So are there some other questions to Anna? Yeah.
The very last one about the German market. We've heard recently that there is a lot of companies who do not accept or provide contracts. Which is, by the way, a big issue that the regulator is looking at. It's not clear for us so far why this is the case. How is that compatible with your role as SLR?
I think here you come to the sort of setup of what is the society's role of supporting customers who have financial troubles. And as a supplier of last resort, we have not really that kind of social responsibility role in Sweden, because that is up to the municipalities, the social security services, to assist those customers who are in the most need. And there also is, we haven't talked about this connection at all, but in the Swedish regulation of how and what happens if a customer doesn't pay, actually there is, you're mandated as a supplier to contact the social services at a certain point of time before a disconnection can happen, so that the social services can step in and make the payments on behalf of the customers if they are entitled to.
There's another question on the Slido, which says, and I will again add one more to it, what extra protection do customers have when they are assigned to a supplier of last resort compared to standard contracts? And that might be related to the question about the ban of disconnecting, because it was discussed yesterday that there might be a ban on disconnecting during this winter and that it's to some extent risky, but eventually we could consider to have the ban for disconnecting only for the customers of the supplier of last resort. So what do you think about this? And if there is some other extra protection that the customer or supplier of last resort is enjoying?
Yeah, I don't know if you could say that it's enjoying, just in the Swedish context, of course, you can't step out of the contract within 14 days any time. I mean, you can never, even though it is a fixed price, which it used to be, and maybe if you didn't think that the price was good enough, then you could choose another supplier whenever you want to. So I think that is sort of a benefit. You at least are not locked in. Okay. But I think that what was the second question?
Second question is about the ban for disconnection.
Yeah.
On disconnection, if you have not considered the issue that maybe the ban could be applied, but only on the suppliers of last resort, not actually on all the suppliers.
I think that was a topic, because in Sweden we have a two contract model. So the customer has one bill or contract with the grid company and one with the supplier. But we have discussed another kind of market design model, which would make the supplier the first contact to the customers. And in that kind of setup, that would be sort of a needed provision, but not in the current way the market is functioning.
Okay, so thank you for all the answers. Now I think there are, maybe you have a question directed to Anna as well.
I do. Well, in the Walloon region, we have a system currently that is like suppliers are. This territory is divided in three, but we're about to modify and change the system. The DSOs are going to handle it and have the possibility to delegate it to suppliers of their choice after a tender. I was wondering, for edging issues, if a big supplier goes bankrupt, for example, is edging an issue for the supplier of last resort, since like you will be receiving potentially a number of points that's not planned? That's the first question. Second question, depending on the size of the market, is it easier for suppliers to chop a market or chop a number of meters number, like it's not the right word in English. Les comptes à haine. The numbers of meters. Well, in Belgium we counted per number of meters in a supplier. But so is it easier, like to say, for example, X number of consumers per suppliers, like being taken over a maximum? Is that a good idea, or a cap? That's the second question, and from a supplier's point of view. And the third question is, what about business clients, which are not in the residential? For the moment in Belgium, for example, they can be taken over for 1 month and then they're disconnected if they haven't chosen a supplier on the market. So that's my third. And the fourth is, how do you see clients back on the market? Because you're the only one.
Yeah. Okay, that was many questions, but I'll try to answer them. So the first on hedging, yes, big issue at the moment and in this market, and that's why also many of the suppliers of last resort have changed their contract, which is connected to the supply of last resort, from a sort of fixed price, which has to be where you have to, like 2 months in advance, if you want to make any changes, you have to give notice to the customers. And in the current market situation, more and more suppliers are choosing to set it to a variable price because we cannot afford and take the risks that are involved with hedging these if we would get a really, really big amount of customers. So that was the one. Then the second one, you mean like if you would take just a portion of the grid customers? That's not the way it works in Sweden, but I think that's the way it works in Denmark. And there you can sort of say, we are interested in taking this amount of customers if something happens, because that's the number of customers that we could sort of manage to take.
What happens with the rest?
Yeah, but then you hopefully, you split, so you can sort of, you are doing some kind of tender there on the share of customers. Yeah, yeah. And then the third question, now I just forgot it. Yeah, business, exactly. So in the Swedish system, this is equal to businesses as well. So this is if a business has many different connection points, and then some of the connection points don't get an active contract, then that falls on the supplier of last resort. Or if so it is sort of the same kind of mechanism which is in place.
Maybe if you could repeat the question, because it didn't
because the DSO has the role in Belgium, in the Walloon region, and has a possibility to actually give the role to a supplier after tendering. Is there an interest not to go to the market under a certain level of clients? If, for example, I don't know, we're looking for 800 clients, for example, after a bankruptcy. Is it should we go to the market, or should we leave it to the DSO and then leave it to clients to come back to the market? Like, what's your?
Yeah, I cannot really respond to that.
You're not in the same system.
There's one question on the Slido, which is more general, and I will ask everyone, but it's quite a tricky question, so I am afraid no one will have a correct answer. So what measures should be taken to help to avoid the supplier of last resort events? So it means what actions should be taken to avoid bankruptcies of large suppliers? Because in this time, if you are a customer and you have a supplier that goes bust, then usually you had some contract. I mean, you mentioned that most cases already now the contracts are variable, but sometimes still some fixed contracts exist. And if you come to the market suddenly without any contract, then the price goes up dramatically. So it's worth trying to find some measures how to avoid the bankruptcies and the supplier of last resort events. Do you have some ideas what could be done to prevent this? So it means prevent mostly alternative smaller suppliers from bankruptcies in this current time of crisis. I mean, I see that no one has the answer. I mean, we have, so maybe I'll answer it, because we were trying to resolve it after this big bankruptcy of the largest alternative supplier last fall, which had 1 million customers. And there were some ideas that maybe we should, as a regulator, investigate the hedging strategies of the suppliers and do some tests if they are properly hedged. And if not, then maybe change somehow the rules of the contracts. However, in the end, this was not implemented. Even though the idea was, in my opinion, relatively simple in the end and relatively functional, it was so far not implemented. So the idea was to investigate the hedging index of the companies in terms of how much they are hedged for at least the fixed-term contracts. And if they are hedged less than 80% or 70%, some level, then the fixed-term contracts would automatically change to open contracts and the customers can leave without any penalty. Of course, it's not 100% saving, but at least to some extent. There is some question now from the audience, and then there is another question on the Slido, which is more towards you, Anna, so you can read it and prepare for it.
It's not really a question nor even a comment. It's about stating that in Portugal, the supply of last resort has a different role that has on the system because it works on the regulated market. We still have a regulated market, and in a situation of insolvency, consumers are switched to automatically to the supply of last resort, and the supply of last resort can only practice a regulated tariff. This means that the regulated tariff is under the other tariffs. But the problem is that consumers pay the insolvency, and they pay the insolvencies through the regulated tariffs. And because the energy price in Portugal is very complex, and there is a part that is regulated, and the consumers have to pay. So we are creating deficits. But nowadays, consumers are stuck on this crisis, and the government said that to help consumers on this, consumers can all move to suppliers of last resort. Not only electricity, we used to have electricity, and now we have on natural gas. But there is a concern, and of course we understand this concern, that if companies are losing their clients, they're going to get into an insolvency system. So this is the problem that we have with the supply of the last resort. And it's interesting to understand that in other countries, the supply of last resort only happens to specific situations. I just have only one question. In Sweden, in the northern countries, you said that the supply of last resort usually makes contracts with people that more vulnerable in terms of economically. Does this system have also social mechanisms, social tariffs, for example? Can you also apply a social tariff to consumer, or you don't have any of these kind of tariffs?
No, we don't have any social tariffs.
So the idea of having the prices of the tariffs of the supply of last resort usually are more reasonable than the others, just to ensure that those kind of customers can at least access to one supplier.
Yeah, that's what I said, that in those cases it's not up to the supplier to sort of lower the price. It is up to the social authorities to be able to help the customers pay their bills. But I think the price is that's the question on the slide.
There's a question here which is asking about the pricing contracts for the consumers taken over by the supplier of last resort. So also, what is the price? Is there some better price than to the other consumers? Is it the lowest price you offer to the portfolio? Or some other price? I think you already said it partly.
But I can answer that, and I think this has been a topic in Sweden. It used to be like who charges the most, because these contracts have actually been more expensive because they come with a higher risk, and we also want to give an incentive to customers to actually sign another contract type. So not staying on this kind of contract, but actually making the effort to choose and find sort of a competitive contract. So that has been, and I think that is the issue of what is the reasonable level of a price, which might be actually a bit higher. But how much higher could it be to be still reasonable? Because I think it was in Denmark or in Norway, I don't remember now, where this regulated price was so low, so no one chose an active offer. So that's not a situation we want to end up in either. So there has to be a bit of sort of room for customers to actually get a better price if they are doing something.
Now there is some other part of the question. What happens with those customers that do nothing? Do they automatically become normal customers of the supplier of last resort, or are they disconnected, or do they stay in some kind of a limbo?
No, if a customer, when they are moving in, or when they are end up with the supplier of last resort and they never do anything, then they continue with that supplier of last resort on that contract for as long as they are.
Forever.
Yes.
Okay. There is some other question which is related to the customers that do the critical choice between life and energy. So they are using dialysis, or they need some by electricity powered tools that keep them alive. I think this is more an issue about vulnerable customers. It's not topic to the supplier of last resort, so I'll skip it because it's obviously it's the core of the definition of a vulnerable customer that should have some kind of a social tariff and some kind of a guaranteed access to energy. Related to the pricing, I think that in the Czech Republic, the supplier of last resort price is regulated. And exactly as said Anna, even though it's regulated, it's typically higher than the normal prices because the supplier of last resort is not hedged. When he gets the customers, he gets them from the scratch, and the price is therefore derived from the short-term markets, which is more close to the dynamic tariff, which usually is more expensive than if you hedge it for the year. Sometimes it could be cheaper, but in most cases it's more expensive. And also the fixed fee that you ask for serving the customer is higher because typically you have the customer for a short period of the time, but you have lots of work with him as a supplier. You need to do the invoice, you need to talk to him. So the service costs are actually same or higher than with the normal customers. So the price is a little bit higher than the standard prices are. And of course the hedging is an issue. And in fact, this is kind of related also to the issue of the previous discussion when we were talking about unfair commercial practices in contractual relationship and canceling fixed term contracts. So, sometimes you have to solve a dilemma. If you have a big supplier and he starts to cancel fixed term contracts, it means that he's in a financial stress. He does not hedge and he does not have money to cover the costs. So if you insist that he cannot do it, he will go bankrupt and the customers will end up by the supplier of last resort where the price anyway will be derived from the short-term market. So it's always tricky when you are resolving the dilemma, especially in these critical times. So there are no simple solutions to most of the questions. I'm wondering if there is some other question you would like to ask about the supplier of last resort. So I'll give chance to the guy on the left.
Yeah, thanks. Giacomo Alfredo from BEOC, the European Consumer Organization. I wanted to make a reflection that it's linked to supplier of last resort, but also linked to a presentation by Vicky before. And it's about the need to identify and to find ways to better inform consumers about all these things. Making an example, last year when lots of companies went bankrupt in the UK, and I know that the UK is not a member of the European Union anymore, so I don't know worries about that. I'm up to speed with the news. Our British member Citizens Advice received double the inquiries from consumers compared to the previous year because people thought that when their supplier went bust, it meant they would lose access to energy. And similar things happened in Belgium. Sorry to mention Belgium again. When a big supplier went bankrupt, our member Testa Share received a huge amount of calls that they could not process because people thought that that the supplier going bankrupt meant that they were going to lose access to energy. And this is what's happening right now. For a different reason. Prices went up. People don't know that suppliers are happy, or many suppliers are happy or are available to offer consumers alternative payment plans if they are not able to pay for their bills right now. And what we're seeing right now is, again, in the UK, our member Citizens Advice, but also in Germany, our member VZBV, who are receiving double the cost that they were receiving in the previous year. So my question is, these opportunities of, again, supply of last resort, of bill deferrals or like payment plans, they exist and they are offered by suppliers. Shouldn't there be a reflection on how to better reach consumers from the supplier side in a proactive way to better communicate to them about these possibilities? And I'm pretty sure that your answer might be, oh, we're already doing a fantastic job at Vattenfall. But don't you think that there is a role to to have a brainstorm between all different parties to understand what's going wrong, because evidently something is going wrong when suppliers are communicating to consumers, and how to fix that, and whether there is a role also for regulatory authorities for this. And sorry if I'm provocative.
Yeah. No, but I can respond, and I think this is, we are operating in different markets, and we are not always doing the same things in all the markets we are operating. For example, I just learned quite recently that in the Netherlands, where we also are very active, and there we are actively involved in helping vulnerable customers, and the energy poverty topics are really, really top of the agenda in our Dutch operations. But there we actually have, I think it's on the first, if you get a bill reminder because you haven't paid. And I think there we have like half of the page is advice for the customers on these are the measures that you can take. Please contact us. You can contact these or these different other entities and so on. And I thought that this is really a best practice because that's something we don't do, for example, in our Swedish billing process. So I think there is a lot of things and best practices that should be sort of made visible because that could improve, I think, in general, the ways of how to inform customers and in when to inform customers and so on. Also text messages sent in advance before the due date for the payment of the bill, like please just tap here, simple way to pay the bill before you get to so I think there is a lot of different smart ways that you could actually address these things and as a supplier really help the customers to make sure that you don't end up in a situation which is bad for you.
Okay, another question on the right, please. Remark.
I think there are differences in member states. For example, our supplier for last resorts for people who don't pay bills, that's the DSO, but for when there's a supplier that goes bankrupt, then it's a whole system. It's the suppliers at the moment, but it will become the DSO with tendering, etc. So it's not the same system. And it is right that for clients that are not paying, end up disconnected or not disconnected, but on PMAX and the DSO, well, they will fall on high prices. But for example, the way the price is constituted, at the very high prices 3 months ago, they used to get good prices, for example, just to give the picture. Now, when talking suppliers of last resorts, when a supplier goes bankrupt, there is a lot of information. First thing is the current supplier has to write to his own consumers to explain that there will be a letter from the DSO, from the new supplier, the last resort supplier. Then all DSOs, from the DSO. Then all DSOs write to explain that the last resort supplier will write to them, and then only the last resort supplier comes into play. It's a whole mechanism that is put in place, and it takes 10 days minimum between all the writings, and of course all ombudsmen are informed. Everyone is informed along the line to be able to provide the right information. There are press communiques directly on the websites. Everything comes out with clear information to consumers. I just wanted to correct that, because when I hear we didn't communicate, it's not right. I can understand people did not understand. That's different. But the process itself, there are 3 letters direct to the person and phone calls. So I'm afraid there is information.
Yes, and that's the way it works also in the Nordics and in our markets. So it is quite a heavy information obligation for the grid companies as well as the supplier of last resort.
So thank you, Anna, for the presentation and for answers to many questions that you were asked. I think that we can end slowly. There is one last question, which is a question we hear a lot in Czech Republic. Is the EU and its market liberalization the cause of high energy prices? I don't think so. I think it's Putin, actually. But anyway, it might be the matter of opinion. I mean, to conclude this, we have to already finished pretty much because the time is almost up. So to conclude, we had 2 interesting topics. I thanks a lot to Anna. I thanks a lot to Vicky. It seems to me that the supplier of last resort is more technical issue, so there might be more tangible conclusions. We can say that it's something which served as an emergency institute, which was used very rarely. And during the times of crisis, it became much more important. So now in many countries, the processes are discussed in more details, and this might actually help to improve how the supplier of last resort functions, because the best you improve something with experience of how it works. The other part, which is about the customer-supplier relationships in general and in the times of the crisis, is more complicated because, as we mentioned, the relationships were always troublesome and they became even more troublesome. However, from what we have concluded, it seems to me that there are some elements that are kind of critical. Like one of the elements is the smart bill. We really need that there are smart bills implemented so that the customers know what is their consumption and that the customers can at least be informed about this basic thing. Second element is understandable bill and communication and pre-contractual information. And from my point of view, the next pillar is some kind of more structured rules for the contractual relationships for the different types of products that should be in place at least on the national level, or maybe even on the European level, if this is somehow considered. Of course, all this will not resolve the problem of high energy prices. They will persist because it's something which is mostly external, and we have to survive this period. I mean, here it comes to my mind, I have heard this British saying about politics where they said that every government is just a repulsive and disgusting necessity of our political lives. And I think it's an important thing, because if you know it, then you know that you should not expect much from the politics, and you do not get disappointed so much. You somehow survive. And it seems to me that for energy we could have something very similar. I mean, consuming energy is a disgusting necessity of our physical lives. And the people should get aware of that consuming energy, you should not be proud of that. You should be proud of saving energy. So it's something that we should know all, and then maybe this could help us to go through these hard times and hope that after 1 or 2 or 3 years, the situation will stabilize again. So thank you a lot again, and enjoy the rest of the forum.
Just one question. You've received all satisfaction surveys. So please give us your feedback before you leave. Of course, we still have another session to go, but still, please.
please.
sliding on me. Too tight. Do you want to?
So, shall we start? Yeah, okay. So welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the closing plenary of the Dublin Forum 2022. First of all, I would like to explain that we have a change of moderator. The original plan was that my director, Paula Pino, would close the event. But due to the extraordinary Energy Council, my director is not able to be here today with us in Dublin as she's accompanying the commissioner in Luxembourg. So for that reason, it's me. My name is Adela Tesařová. I'm the head of unit for consumers in DG Energy. And I will accompany you in the last hour and 20 minutes of today's Dublin Forum. So we have in front of us the closing session. First, I would like to thank the moderators who were running the 3 breakout sessions this afternoon. Alex Černý for the Czech regulator. Then it was Mr. Kestutis Kupšis for the Economic and Social Committee. And then for session number 2, it was Sarah Taschelet from Belgian board member of Zuid Ant in Belgium. So thank you very much for running the breakout sessions. I hope you found them interesting. And now I would like to ask the rapporteurs of each breakout session to come here to the panel. So the rapporteurs are Clotilde Clark-Fouchier, who represent FEANZA. Then we have Alex Boll, who represents Energy Cities, Seamus Hoyne for Fedaren, and our host, Aoife McEvilly, who is representing the Irish regulator. And Aoife will talk about a breakout session that took place yesterday with the policymakers, where we were discussing the EU-level regulatory framework. As you have noticed, we tried to divide a bit the different audiences to have more focused discussions. So we had a policy discussion yesterday, and we tried to make today's event as practical as possible. So now we will have about an hour to hear from the rapporteurs, so that you learn what were the discussions in the different breakout sessions, including those that you didn't attend. So maybe with this, I'll give the floor first to Clotilde to tell us about breakout session number 1 this afternoon, which was about the new relationships between suppliers and consumers as we see them now during the crisis. So Clotilde, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adela. Hello. So yes, consumer-supplier relationship. We heard first from 2 speakers, Vicky, who's representing a consumer organization in Greece, and Anna from Vattenfall. First we started to speak about how what we have going through now is exceptional circumstances and a changing context, with of course millions of people struggling to pay their energy bill, and not only lowest income groups being at risk, but also middle incomes. And the context is apparently really worsened by unfair commercial practices. We heard several people speaking about the development of unfair commercial practices, and heard, for instance, from the Belgium Ombudsman that the number of complaints has increased by 4 recently this year. So this highlighted the even stronger essential need now for consumers to have access to information and to understand it, so that they can control their energy costs. We also heard then about the supplier of last resort, and heard about the diversity of models existing in Europe. For instance, it's interesting to note that in Nordic countries, suppliers of last resort don't necessarily have a social responsibility, whereas in Portugal, they do have to provide social tariff, for instance. So what can be done? And I'll be brief, 3 points. First, facilitate education, access and transparency of information. And how can this be done concretely? Well, by ensuring fair commercial practices. So for instance, ensuring that clear pre-contractual information is available in writing for consumer. For instance, it wasn't the case in Greece. And maybe the EU can actually play a role in developing guidelines to lay down a structured tool for the contractual relationship between consumer and energy provider in this specific time of crisis. Also, always facilitate consumer access to information and decision, and this can be fostered through better partnership between DSOs, energy providers, and consumer organizations, who can maybe support energy providers in understanding how to make information accessible and understandable by all consumers. Another key element would be the smart meters development. Deployment, so that consumers can actually have a better view of what they consume and when is a good time to use energy. Last but certainly not least is to provide tailor-made solutions for consumers, for instance through payment plans that have no interest rate or no additional fees, spreading the payment over time. A targeted ban on disconnection, particularly maybe for consumers of suppliers of last resort. Also ensuring access to reliable comparison tools, because we heard that actually the existing comparison tools are not always so reliable for consumers. And lastly, guarantee access to a minimum energy provision. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clotilde. And in fact, these topics were also discussed at the regulatory seminar yesterday. So if you will come back, in fact, to the same topics. So now we move to the second breakout session, which was about how we new ways how we produce and consume energy. Was very much about community ways of producing energy. So over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, Adela. So indeed, we had our question mostly on the topic of community energy. So we heard about a cooperative, mostly about the cooperative model in a city in Denmark, nearby Copenhagen, where they have actually the first and largest energy community in Denmark and are based on an ownership model that's very diverse. We also heard about the region of Puglia, so we had the cooperative view and then the more public support view to the community movement in general. And the regional government in Puglia also had a very interesting scheme of reaching out to consumers in so-called socio-economic hardship, going beyond the pure fuel poverty dimension. And it was interesting also the models that were created there, including a revolving fund, but I will come back to this. So among the takeaways, we learned that the energy community movement really comes in all sizes and shapes. And I would say that through all the examples that we got, and specifically the two examples that were presented, we definitely saw how it's responding to the energy trilemma of sustainability, of course, security, which is very much topical, but also I would say equity, and I would say that equity is underpinned by two elements. So one is affordability, and the other one would be like the inclusive dimension of participation. So that was interesting really in the examples to learn about this. So we did see how the schemes helped reduce heating and electricity prices, but also provide access to different profiles of consumers, and mostly importantly, indeed, vulnerable consumers, tenants. It's often difficult to reach out to tenants, not to owners. This idea of giving back to the community, which I mentioned, was very much present in this idea of the revolving fund. So the surplus are funding new installations or are funding the existing installations, which is helping people who wouldn't have the means to actually access renewable energy. So this dimension of equity, as I was mentioning. We learned also about the importance, in the case of Denmark, a question was asked about how they managed to have to maintain low price for heat, for example, and the question there of energy diversification was very much highlighted, which is also enabled by district heating, because obviously district heating is fuel agnostic, so you can change your fuel based on what's more efficient at a certain time. Topping with the cooperative dimension of choosing what's the right price together within the cooperative and actually have a fair price that is reflective of the investments, just to have the payback on the investments. So very interesting models based on this circular logic of giving back to the community. In terms of obstacles, obviously the question of the network tariffs was raised. That's obviously a never-ending issue, but an important one, especially the links to, for the cooperative, the difficulties to answer the responsibility of balancing, and linked to that the importance of even in Denmark of going further in the digitalization of energy system was highlighted. Then we also understood that we don't only have a shortage of raw materials, a shortage of energy and equipment, but we also have a shortage of skills. So that was an important element. Municipalities, local governments are actually don't really know how to, by which end to address this issue, whether it's linked to not being comfortable with the digitalization tools, or actually not understanding what should be their roles and responsibilities within this new momentum of community energy. So those were some of the takeaways. Interestingly also was the link to social services. We've touched upon the question of how disabled people can also be targeted within this discussion, within the cooperative movement, the sharing economy when it comes to energy. And sometimes they might, within the current crisis, we might have come across some patronizing maybe suggestions or advice to just reduce your consumption by putting on an extra jumper or just consume less. But indeed, for people that are in disability situations, they sometimes not have a choice to consume more for the electric devices that they need. So this need also to link, to have a better coordination between the energy world and the social services, even for the cooperative movement, was highlighted.
Well, thank you very much. I also would like to say that once we go through the 4 breakout sessions, I will open the floor for any reactions or questions from the audience. And we will also do one more Slido. Okay, so now over to you, Seamus. You represent FEDEREN, which is the Association of the Local Energy Agencies. And the topics for which you report is energy efficiency. So can you tell us how the session went?
Okay. Great. So good afternoon, everybody. So listen, we had a very good session, 2 great presentations. So Elsa from the Belgian Consumer Association speaking, both from a national perspective about how they've engaged with their members and the wider public in terms of energy efficiency. And then Donna Gartland from the City of Dublin Energy Management Agency on their, I suppose, communication. So we were very much focusing on energy efficiency, but very much on how we communicate and the measures to address that. So I suppose we got some great examples, both from the presentations and the audience, of the wide variety of channels and tools that have to be used to communicate the message. So digital hubs, social media, blogs, workshops. I suppose Donna particularly presented on the energy saving kits, which is a take-home kit you can take from your library in Ireland. So I suppose what came across is that it's very much the right channel is really important to be used to target the particular audience. And then using whatever channel, the right information. So both technical and non-technical information needs to be provided very clearly. And this then, I suppose, has to be supported by information to support people to take action. So whether that's on subsidies or other financial incentives. I suppose what emerged from the discussion in the room is that we have to constantly challenge ourselves in terms of that communication channels and messages that we're using. Are they reaching the right people? So using information and data about who's using the information is very important. So again, Donna gave an example of where the energy kits are available in the libraries, but they're typically, they think, been used by an older cohort of people who own their own homes, so maybe not reaching renters or younger generations. So we did have a debate about, we very much focused on energy efficiency, and Elsa was speaking about the case for insulation. The debate about having an integrated communication message, so energy efficiency first, but also taking the other steps in terms of decarbonisation, circularity and circular economy. But we do appear to have a communications challenge in that the people are very interested in putting in PV panels before putting in insulation. And I'm an engineer, so I'm not the right person to answer the question why that's happening, but there's clearly a psychological, sociological issue there that we haven't cracked. The issue of trust emerged as a critical issue. So trusted sources of information and high quality information and guidance. And challenges presented by ELSA where their advisors are dealing with people who they have to debunk information that those people have gathered from other sources. So they have to get rid of some of the fallacies and then guide them to the appropriate information. And I suppose we started to talk a little bit then about from advice and communication to action. So again, Elsa spoke about they have a list of trusted contractors, how they can ensure that people move along the journey from information, advice and action to taking the next step. So the role of consumer associations, one-stop shops are going to be very critical to actually realising the energy efficiency measures. Some issues that we didn't really get into in detail, the electricity versus heat debate. So lots of measures out there around electricity. Heat is a little bit harder to tackle. How you communicated the measures that people can take to reduce their costs in terms of energy. Low-income households, again, the point was made from the audience that those people may be under stress for lots of other reasons, not just their energy costs, that they can't even hear the message that we're trying to give them. And the split incentive landlord-tenant issue, communicating that rental properties must have a particular energy standard, how does that affect the wider housing debate? And then an interesting point raised about providing financial advice for those and information communication to people who may be seeking to take information. We have to be careful in terms of providing financial advice. There's a separate legislative process around that in member states. So how much advice can, for example, consumers associations give? They have to be careful. And so then finally, we had the suggestion that Codima are going to organise Tupperware parties. Tupperware parties are, from the States, where to talk about their energy kits. So if Donna's still in the room, I'm waiting to see those organised. So I suppose the point being made that we can't just rely on digital tools to communicate our message. We got to talk to people, because people are the people. It's people that will save energy and will have to do things. So we have to communicate face to face as well as digital.
Well, thank you very much, Seamus. And as I said, we have one more breakout session that took place yesterday in the presence of representatives of member states, energy regulators, and key stakeholders at EU level. And so now I would like to ask Aoife to tell us what were the messages coming from that regulatory reflection. And we were discussing two things: short-term measures, but also what needs to be done maybe in the more medium term when it comes to the EU regulatory framework. So over to you, Aoife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might, even though it's towards the end of the day, I might start by welcoming you all very much to Dublin again. And I know some of you are leaving, but some of you are staying on for the Citizens Dialogue tomorrow. And we really appreciate the fantastic attendance and really good engagement and the learning from the sessions so far. So yeah, we had a really good session yesterday afternoon, as Adele said, focusing on both short-term measures and longer-term reforms. And it was really good that some of what has been noted from our session yesterday has actually been reflected in the sessions again today. So I think some consistency of messages there. So firstly, we reflected that there's huge cooperation at the moment between policymakers, the EU Commission, member states, ministries, regulators, industry and consumer advocacy groups, and suppliers and other stakeholders, and we should continue to work together to identify the necessary measures to support households, and particularly those in energy poverty and vulnerable households this winter, and ensure that they have access to the energy they need, particularly for essential services like heating, lighting, warmth, and the use of appliances. And also that we should ensure that customers have the ability and are empowered to participate in the energy transition. We identified a few practical actions that should be implemented to help households this winter, and those are payment plans, measures to avoid disconnections, and better information. I think that's probably a theme that has come up in every single conversation. We identified a particular challenge for tenants, the landlord and tenants dilemma. So we want particular attention to be focused on how we can ensure the tenants can avail of energy efficiency measures and lower their own bills. We identified that supports to household should be aimed at ensuring, should be well targeted. They should ensure that we support demand reduction, and particularly peak demand reduction. And I think we saw some good ideas on that today. Those criteria are particularly important for member states when they're implementing the council regulation on emergency interventions. This allows, among other things, below cost regulated prices as a temporary measure. Short-term measures which provide quick wins absolutely need to be urgently deployed to mitigate the crisis this winter and next, and that's a particular focus on demand response. Measures like that should be simple for customers to understand and implement, another theme across all of the sessions today. And we can all learn from each other, so we should continue to exchange good practice on these kinds of measures. Our measures that we take in the short term, the emergency measures, should be consistent with longer term or durable approaches. which may take more time to implement or automate. And we identified the planned network code on demand flexibility as being particularly important in this regard. We also talked a lot about digitalization of energy markets, about smart meters, smart services, and their ability to facilitate, in particular, demand response, collective self-consumption and energy sharing, and noted that renewable energy helps reduce costs for customers, reducing prices overall. You'll be aware we have a clean energy package which we're continuing to implement, and it contains strong protection measures and empowerment measures for consumers, and we identified that full and effective implementation of those measures will play a key role in the crisis this winter. At the same time, we also thought that there should be some more targeted reforms of those consumer protection measures and empowerment measures as part of the ongoing review of the electricity market design. And we noted a few areas that we thought were really worth considering. Firstly, we'd like to ensure that the cost of supplier failure is not socialised, and that we ensure a more consistent approach across the EU to supplier of last resort measures, which I think you highlighted as well. We want to ensure that customers have access to contracts that enable them to plan and budget, and at the same time give them an incentive to save energy. We'd like to ensure that suppliers, and particularly new actors like energy communities or aggregators, have effective access to wholesale markets, which enable them to offer those kinds of contracts. And we want customers to have clear and accurate information on the contracts they sign up to. We want to ensure the system includes explicit rules to enable customers to engage in energy sharing and demand response, and also enables local energy markets. So a little bit of a task list ahead for all of us, I think, in making that happen, but I think we can get real value from that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Aoife. And many thanks to all four of you, because I think you have very well summarized, actually, the discussions over the 2 days we had. So I will have a very easy task at the very end. So with this, I would like to open the floor. Who would like to react or ask any question to our panelists? No one wants to react. I see there's one hand, and so we have one hand there, and anyone else? And we have one microphone. Okay, very good. So please, over to you.
Thank you. My name is Maja Clemensen, and I'm from Denmark, and I want to ask a question for you, the last person who spoke about the breakout session yesterday. You said that you wanted to limit the barriers for energy communities and make it easier for them to participate and share energy. Did you come with anything specific, any specific findings on this?
So I think there was a lot of discussion. I think there's a lot of good examples of where this is happening. We talked about, for energy communities, I think particularly their ability to access local markets, I think. We talked about the fact that maybe moving away from more centralised planning, thinking about using the DSO as an enabler for local markets, for local active participation by communities and customers, using technologies like smart meters and other technologies. I think we appreciate that market rules are challenging and complex, and we wanted to think about, how to make it simple for people who want to engage and participate, and to design with the end customer in mind. So hopefully that's of some assistance.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Lucia Virdzek from Slovakia, and I also would like to ask Aoife. And firstly, I have to tell that I admire our website of CRU, because it's very inspiring for me, because I'm also dealing with the consumer rights. So I want to ask you, how do you deal with consumer rights and prosumers' rights? If it's the same, or it's some differences, because I feel that there will be a question in our country that prosumers will not be as surely protected like just consumers. So that's my question. Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, I suppose I mentioned earlier that we're still working on implementing the clean energy package, and the directive in particular on energy markets provides for a series of rights for consumers, basic minimum rights. I mean, member states can go beyond that as well. And you know, a lot of the things we've covered here today, frankly, where people are still finding it challenging, I think full and effective implementation of those rights would actually really help. Sometimes I feel we always want to do new things, but actually doing the things we're supposed to be doing already more effectively can help. So I think certainly for prosumers, you know, ensuring that they have access to markets, that they are paid when they export electricity. I mean, that's something in Ireland we've just been able to get across the line in the last few months. I think a lot of the discussion on, you know, unfair contractual practices, they're probably actually illegal in line with the directives, and implementation of those, and I suppose the role of regulators in overseeing that, in auditing, you know, what suppliers are doing, in ensuring and enforcing that those requirements are adhered to. You know, to me, I think that would play a big part. I mean, we also talked about further changes that we can make, but I think a lot of the rights are there, enshrined already in EU law. It's about just making sure they're implemented. And I think as well, seeing, you know, some member states are way ahead of others on this, and getting the opportunity to see how it's worked well in other countries can kind of give you huge impetus to get it right in your own. And then finally, I just keep coming back to it, but technology is a real enabler for a lot of this as well, you know, where people find things difficult to understand. You know, there's ways that we can use technology better to simplify.
Thank you very much. And we have one more question. Yes.
Very good. José Almeida, Green Vault Communities. I would like to start to congratulate you, the work and the organization for today. It was my first participation, and I think it was very productive and very interesting to see. And the proof of that, I'm Portuguese, and Portugal is playing right now in the World Cup, and I'm here. So the second, I have a question that I will extend to everyone. But first, a teaser. For obvious reasons, I'm very happy to hear that energy communities and collective self-consumption are part of the solution. The teaser is that I will invite you, for the ones that can, on the 12th of December to come to Lisbon. We are organizing the first international summit for energy communities and collective self-consumption, so you are more than welcome. The question that I would like to ask to everyone is, you are in a privileged position from your experience and what happened here. What is the hope that you take from here for the current challenge of the energy in the market? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So who of the panelists would like to answer the question?
I suppose the first point is, let's make sure we don't waste the crisis. I think that behoves everybody, so be it governments, regulators, consumer associations, and contractors and installers. It's a societal opportunity that we have to fundamentally shift how we operate our societies in a more fair and equitable, greener way. So I suppose that's my big hope. My big fear is that the fear of change will prevent us realizing that opportunity. And I think that fear of change is different for everybody, for every individual. And I'm speaking as an engineer, not as a social scientist, but as an engineer working in the energy sector for 25 years, the stars are absolutely aligned in terms of achieving all the ambitions we all think we can achieve in terms of climate crisis, energy crisis, security crisis. Like, the policy has never been as strong. 10 years ago, if I could sit and write the policy that I needed, what we would have now is what we would like. And the things we're asking for are improvements on something which is radically different than what we had 10 years ago. So the policy is good. The price of energy is driving change. So we have to make decisions. But I see it every day in the people that I engage with. People are starting to contract. So what I would like is that maybe not engineers in the room and regulators, but really strong social science experts to help us drive that change. And I think we need more of those people in this room to tell me to stop talking about kilowatt hours and all the stuff that I talk about. So that's my hope, is that we can actually bring the other experts areas into this debate, and it's not just an environmental debate.
I very much. Well, I think you can hear me nevertheless. Oh, okay, here. So no, I very much support your view. That's a very good conclusion, I would say, and very hopeful one. On my side, I would add that I think that the more secure energy is the one that you don't consume. Yes, it is, but it's also the one that you produce locally, and so that's very important to support these movements. So I'm hoping we will have a market design reform, so I'm hoping for a reform that will not be on the margins, but that will really be at the core of the market, and a reform that will help the current dynamics and schemes we've heard about today that are really like self-nurturing dynamics that not only support the overall optimization of the system, but also the equity and the fairness within the system, and the give back to the community dimension. So yes, I would say that I'm hoping for a reform of the market that's kind of donuts economics-like. So a market that helps us to stay not only within planetary boundaries, but also within social boundaries. Yeah.
Or maybe similarly, I would just say we have customers' attention right now, probably for the wrong reasons, because they're afraid and they're worried. But if we can give them a positive message, and if we can give them clear solutions, we can actually make a long-term impact, I think. So it's a communications piece to me that's key.
So you didn't ask about the fear, but I'll start from the fear to go toward the hope. So I work for a homelessness organization, and we work on housing and adequate housing for lowest income groups. And this morning, the BUC said that it's not an energy crisis, it's a cost of living crisis, and that's where we are at, and we really fear the coming winter, coming years, and the social impact as these energy prices will have on people. We fear an increase of homelessness, to be very concrete and very real. But the hope is that we're invited here this year, and that I hear a lot about, ban on disconnection, how can we ensure access to information, and I see a genuine political will from member states, from regulators, from suppliers. So it does bring hope. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also say that for me, the crisis is an opportunity to see a lot of societal innovation, because we have the technologies, but we haven't deployed them. But now people are interested, and I'm really very hopeful. I can't see what we could do otherwise, because we don't have any alternative. We will not have fossil fuels. So unless we change, if each one of us changes, we will not have energy. So I really hope that this crisis will trigger a movement and change. We have seen enormous changes during the COVID crisis, so this needs to be now replicated. Do we have any other question or reaction from the public? Very good, I see one, and then we launched the last Slido. Okay, we have two. 2 questions, 2 reactions, and then we go 3. Okay, and then we do the last Slido so that also those following us online can they have their voice heard. So please, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm very aware that like our follow-up question will break a bit this perfect closing that we created, especially after mentioning the Kate Raworth's book. That was perfect, but yeah. I had a question to Aife, I'm not sure if I pronounced the name correctly, sorry, and to Clotilde maybe. I was very interested to hear for the first time the term tenant dilemma. It's something that I also already expressed, but I didn't have a name for it, so thank you for giving me this name. In your breakout rooms, did you actually discuss any concrete and interesting further examples that you would like to share in this room as a closeout? That would be very interesting for us. Thank you.
I think the challenge is, and it was the first time I heard that phrase too, and it's perfect as well, because we know that it exists, and I know you spoke for the youth organisation today, and I imagine it's a particular dilemma for young people, you know, starting out, they're in rental accommodation, sometimes not very good rental accommodation, I imagine, you know, and there might be poor standards all around, and they have maybe challenges in asserting their rights. So I think we just identified it as a real issue that we need to tackle. I think there's different ideas from different member states, some of them going through the social housing provision measures, that, you know, social housing could be an exemplar in terms of providing tenants with better energy efficiency options, and maybe also looking to see what can be done about rights. But we didn't have a magic wand, I'm afraid. I think it's one we have to continue to work on.
Yeah, definitely, it's a big question. And from our perspective, it is very linked to the EPBD, establishment of mandatory energy performance standard, and how can you ensure that actually the cost will not be trickling down to tenants, because we have to be concrete and real. There is a cost in renovation, and why would a property owner bear the cost exclusively? If the tenant is to benefit, but then we don't want the renovation to lead to increase in housing prices, and that's a big topic for us at Fianza. We really work on that, and how can we ensure renovation, increase energy efficiency, because we want better, adequate housing, but how can we ensure it will not lead into what we call a renoviction wave and further urban segregation. So there are good practices. Of course, the key for us is public funding. If you can support property owners, that's the first step. But I'm very happy to continue the conversation if you want and give you more concrete ideas.
Thank you very much. So we had a question over there.
Hi. Hi, thank you. My name is Flock de Phelan, and I work for the Disability Federation of Ireland, and I beg the indulgence of people who were in the workout group I was in earlier on, because I'm just going to make kind of the same point again, possibly slightly differently. I felt like a slight interloper here all day, because I'm normally more in social policy spaces than in energy-specific spaces, but it's been a really interesting day and a really interesting discussion. The social policy spaces I'd be in would be advocating for disabled people and better social protection policies in general to support disabled people. And I suppose part of my comment is just an appeal to everybody in this room, which I can hear is happening from the discussions as well, to consider the various social groups in the context of energy poverty. And I suppose the point around disability is that across Europe, disabled people are disproportionately likely to live in poverty and deprivation. Ireland in particular ranks 24 out of the EU 27 for its disability poverty rates. That may shock people in this room, but we have a very, very high risk of poverty rate here in Ireland. Many disabled people face a lot of extra costs because of their disability. And a study that was undertaken here in Ireland indicated that disabled people here spend at least 10% more on energy costs, are more likely to be in arrears on their utility bills, and are more likely to be unable to afford to heat their home. That study was based on data from 2003 to 2017, so it's already fairly old, predates the energy crisis that we're dealing with now. These are Irish-specific statistics, but this will be equivalently an issue across the whole of the European Union. things are getting worse. Yesterday, the Central Statistics Office in Ireland released the deprivation data for Ireland for 2022. And that shows that 19.5% of people who were unable to work because of a disability were unable to afford to heat their home. And I suppose the point I was making earlier on is that when we're tailoring our responses and thinking about our technical responses, our communication messages as well, we just need to factor in there are a number of disabled people out there who rely on assistive technology and have a range of electrical machines, wheelchairs, breathing machines, etc. So a blanket reduced consumption message is not going to work, and there are sets of consumers who simply cannot reduce their energy consumption and actually will have the same higher levels of energy consumption even in the summer months because of the technical requirements that they have. There are over 100 million people with disabilities across the whole of the EU. So I suppose the point being, and if anybody on the panel has any thoughts on this, we heard a positive example earlier on today in the workshop from Puglia, where the municipality was providing grants for solar panels, including for disabled families. And I note the comments about the social housing, and there's a policy loop here, I think, between social policy, technical policy around energy and the environment, and also housing policy. But I would add, certainly in Ireland, there are thousands of people on the housing waiting list, including thousands of disabled people. So even if we provide the grants for the social housing, if people are on the waiting list for the social housing, that can't be addressed. But it's just a plea to consider and to break down the various groups, not just disabled people, single parents and others who are disproportionately at risk of energy poverty, and to think through the solutions and how to integrate them in the work that's undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe Clotilde, you would like to react?
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree more, but maybe just to say that at FIANSA, what we are really working for is a better targeting of support measure for those who need it most. Because we can see, I live in Belgium, and we benefit from great support on energy bill, and I think it's quite unfair because we are not those who need it most, but everybody does. So we are aware that public financing is not endless, but therefore it should be better targeted, and it's in line with a report from the Court of Auditors, I think from 2021, who looked at subsidies for renovation and criticized the lack of targeting. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes, please.
Just to say, I'm aware of examples from the Federal membership where like one-stop shops have been set up that actually are addressing energy efficiency and access. In multifamily homes in parts of Spain, for example, Open Gala was one of those projects where actually it wasn't just let's put insulation on the building, for example. It was maximizing the access, so both for disabled people and able people, so lifts, disabled access, etc. That was part of the package. So that integrated approach and embedding the advisors in the communities as part of that, so that they absolutely understand the needs of the community. So I think there are examples of it out there. Absolutely, is it where it needs to be? It's not. But I think local authorities, certainly across Europe, are very much more aware of this and that integrated model, because they actually have to combine multiple sources of funding to try and address these challenges.
Might I just briefly mention as well, and thank you for raising that really important issue. There are protections for vulnerable customers in EU law and national law and in regulatory regimes throughout Europe. I think it's really important that we highlight that, because I don't think there are enough people who are aware of their rights as vulnerable customers and medically vulnerable customers. We've been on a drive to try and get more customers registered under the 2 registers in Ireland, so that they will be protected from disconnection, so that they don't have the fear of using critically important life-enhancing devices. So it's just, again, to reinforce the fact that there is help there, and if we can just communicate that better, that might help as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have another question.
I think my name is Chunui Kim. I'm from South Korea, and I think I came to Dublin from Korea actually for this forum, which that I was kind of introduced by the NGOs when I was in Brussels in September. And the thing that I was kind of trying to tell you is that I'm very kind of impressed by all the efforts concerning all this energy crisis. Also now it's going into the inflation and whatsoever. Someone was talking about this, the cost of living issues. But I think it's not just going to stop here. Actually, it really affects everywhere and everybody. So I see this as more of the global issue, not as limited to the European energy crisis, because we see all the headlines from the news media, either from Korea, either from North America. We see the European energy crisis, because there's very less impact, because we are more prepared for this, because we have been always been in crisis the whole time. But there's one thing that I really kind of stress is, unfortunately, this crisis is always making people very complacent, because now everybody is in a problem, but this problem becomes the normal. It's like we had this COVID, so it becomes a new normal. Yeah, it's natural. But I think in that kind of sense, it's very important. The speed of this implementation, speed of the change of the minds is so important, because if I see that as a number, if it doesn't really settle all these initiatives, especially that there is a Repower EU, if it's not going to done within the time frame, of which that is really hard to really achieve, it will also become another issue. So I really urge everybody, or especially I have big hope for the energy communities, because when the minister was saying about this, people prefer the PV solar panel than the insulation, even though they are giving 80% of the grant. Maybe they want the self-sufficiency, because I have to say the crisis, the real crisis is the trust has been broken, because the people know we're not going to be protected by the state, protected by the government, protected by the community. So everybody's looking for their own way, which will actually incur more cost. So I think the energy community is very, very timely, and also it's a citizens' energy forum. And I hope the focus is really onto the citizens, not all the other measures. I do hope. And then also there are a lot of people who are really trying to support and help around the world as a one human community. I hope it works out this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these inspiring words. Very, very, very nice. Thank you very much. And very, very wise, what you said. Shall we maybe try the Slido? And then we can still go back to the room if anyone else would like to raise anything or ask any questions. So, I would like to ask you, can you describe in a single word what is needed to help consumers to face this energy crisis? And I guess we will start seeing some words. Action, okay. Action by whom? Clarity, okay. What else? What else is needed to help consumers? Self-protection. Not sure our panelists see the screen. Do you? Hey, of course. Okay, thanks. Information. Support. What type of support? Information. Targeted support. Okay. Information and support. The most popular. But for me, support is not concrete enough. It can be any kind of support. Information. I think information seems to be the winner. And as Seamus said, it needs to be targeted, tailor-made information by the right people to the right category of people. Yeah, this is now a bit more blurred again. A lot of ideas, but I think information, support, advice, because in fact the solutions are out there. We just need to match the people to the solutions, potentially help them financially so they can access these solutions, but also explain them what these solutions are and how to get there. So I think that's what is appearing from this from the opinion poll Yeah, I think any reactions from the panel to what you are saying, or from the room? Any wise words from the room? Yes, please. Helen.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I maybe cheated a little bit, but I added participation to the clouds. So I think that it's very important that you can give like a lot of information about protection measures and the rights that people have, but if you don't let them participate in the decision making and in the governance of the energy system, I think it will. I heard it we went to a conference before this one, and someone said nothing is about them without them. So I think participation is like key to address energy poverty and social justice issues within the energy system structurally and deeply.
Thank you. Monique.
Thank you very much. I think that the cluster, if I can call it a cluster, support, advice, information is a little bit the winning combination, because information alone will not make the people act, and if you have support and advice, it's nudging them into the direction that we would like them to have. It's something I wanted to say also. We will not solve this crisis by just informing consumers. You really need to go the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other reactions? Yes, Clotilde.
I think one element that was brought by the two gentlemen here, and that's linked to participation, is trust. Because there is part of the population who wants to do change and take part in energy communities, but I think we are losing part of the population as well, who's really, I work to represent lowest income groups, and they don't believe in it anymore. And this morning, someone from Vienna said they give up, and I think people give up because they don't believe in it anymore. So a big element is to rebuild trust, I think.
But the question of trust, in fact, people don't believe in it because they were failed by the fossil fuel society. So what we are offering them is a very alternative society. So it's an opportunity, in fact, to rebuild the trust which has been lost with the very unequal society which we have, in fact. Yeah, anyway. Anyone else would like to react?
We have a saying that the trust is something that you earned. It's not something that you can give. So one of the best ways to earn the trust, you give the ownership. You give the empowerment so that you really own this energy or the issues. So I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so fascinated about your name of this forum that we are gathering here. We are trying to the Citizens Energy Forum. But I think the subtitle could be that we are here, there's a just behind us. We power, right? So I think it's the trust, one of the best way to really earn the trust. If we give the power to the citizens, then it has to be really communities, support, advice, information has to be focused on to we transfer the ownership of your life, of which is very, very much dependent on it. I think that will be the most kind of strong message that could be delivered.
So in a way, it's about democratization of energy, right? Yeah. Okay. We have a reaction over there.
Thank you.
Paolo.
Paolo from DECO. I'd just like to add that participation is also a common word that is being used. And the fact that we have today here at regulators, some suppliers, some people from communities, and all year we have been working on in our own silos. And the problem is that we don't work together. And I think that let us all participate in all these forums and not make it just one forum per year, but everything that happens on a monthly basis. I think we need to share more ideas, and we have to work because consumers are losing trust on the market and are losing trust on the system itself. And the problem is because everyone is working just on their own silos, and we need to cooperate together more. Everything has to be done on this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other reaction or question? If not, we do the conclusions, but there is still time if you would like to... Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Rama from SEER. I would just like to add on the point of information that we live in a society where nowadays we have access to information. It's easy to access information on a lot of topics, but we're fatigued. We're not always, it's harder to get us interested in topics nowadays because there is so much out there. So I think that the measures also from top down have to work for consumers and be designed in a consumer-centric manner. And automation, I think, is also something that we have to put a lot of emphasis on so that the onus is not put on the consumer to, participate and make the best outcome for the system.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Irama. Anyone else? So maybe I'll try to do the closing. So anyone else from the panel, by the way, would you like to say anything else? Any further observations? I think this was a very good concluding session. I think we have wrapped up more or less everything which was said. And thank you very much to the panelists for your excellent summaries from all the 4 breakout sessions. So with this, maybe I'll try to conclude the forum then. Thank you very much again. Thank you. So we are at the end of the 2022 Citizens Energy Forum. Do I have some conclusions? Yes, okay. So, well, it is a tradition for the forum to have some summary to basically summarize the discussion. So that's my task now. I'll see what I can do about that. But before we get there, I wanted to thank you all for coming to Dublin and for being so actively engaged. And basically, it is you who makes the forum. Because, so thank you very much. I'm very glad to see that we have a very diverse group of participants. The classic energy world, but also people from outside of the energy world, people coming from more the social sector. We have people from across Europe and outside Europe, which is great. We have the traditional energy and we have the more modern, innovative part of energy with us as well, which is great. And I'm really super happy about that. And that's what we are trying to do with the forum. We are trying to bring the different people together from member states, from the EU bubble, from the industry and from the public sector and from the civil society. And thank you very much again for coming here. We are also trying to maybe a bit divide the different audiences. So we tried to have the more policy debate yesterday with the most concerned people. And today we try to be as practical as possible and to also bring inspiring examples and to share best practices. And it was very interesting to hear the concrete examples, what is happening, and the very interesting cases we had here in the morning. So thank you for that. I also would like to actually thank the organizers, and this is very much my team. Achille, who has organized the forum, Monica, who has organized the regulatory reflection yesterday, Massimo, who is leading the team, to Joanna, where is Joanna, who has been taking care of the logistics for the 3 days together with our contractor. I would like to, of course, thank the Irish regulator for hosting us. It has been a lot of work, I can tell you. So it's not possible to organize this every month. We can do it once a year. We can certainly, we are very happy to get your feedback, by the way. There are feedback forms. Please fill them in. We will also send them electronically. We would like to hear from you what works, what doesn't work, what we can change, what we can improve. Please let us know. The forum is for you. It should be useful for you. But thanks again to the team. You have done a really great job. Yeah, let's. So that would be. And now when it comes to the conclusion. So what we're gonna do? I think the panel has excellently summarized the day. So I maybe just go through a bit of the headlines, and then I would like to say that the summaries from the 4 breakout sessions will be part of the conclusions from the conference. Yeah, so we will take them from the rapporteurs, and we will publish them. And from our side, we try to summarize a bit what you have said. So we will certainly refer to the unprecedented situation in which we find ourselves in Europe and possibly beyond. And the kind of cost of living crisis which emerged very suddenly after the pandemic with the energy crisis. And that this is certainly testing the social systems, it is testing the energy system and the protection. And I think it's also important that it has actually shown the hardship that especially low-income people have been facing even before the crisis. And it's something we maybe didn't pay enough attention to because the policymakers maybe had a hard time to imagine it. Whereas now we all know what it is having a high energy bill. And so I think there's more empathy also among the policymakers towards people who have been facing difficulties to pay their bills since ever. But now most of the population is worried, and hence the situation of the low-income people has become much more to the forefront. And we have also, the crisis that we discussed is an opportunity to change. It is an opportunity to grasp the green energy transition, to invest in energy efficiency, to help people invest in energy efficiency, and to engage in renewables. And I would say the lower the income, the more urgent it is to get people off fossil fuels, to help them renovate their houses, and to help them access renewables. It is also, of course, an opportunity for every single one of us to rethink how we consume energy, because I think we all have some reserves, how we can save energy, and how we can become more efficient in our daily lives. And I think that's also something which we should all think about. And of course, the question of information. So how to get the right information to the right people and in the right way to help them act. Yeah, I think that has been said a lot during the panel. We will try to find the right words for this. And I think it's important that we all come together to help consumers. So public authorities, consumer organizations, suppliers, the traditional suppliers, but also the more novelty suppliers, energy communities, civil society, we all can help consumers, help people navigate the energy crisis and adapt, change their behavior, and actually get off fossil fuels. As one of the participants said, we need to just start by doing. Each single one of us can do something, even when we are tenants. We can act. Even tenants can access renewable energy, as we have heard from Vienna. There are schemes for that, even if you don't own the roof. But so I think each one of us can act, and I think it's important that we start by ourselves and we see how far we can get. Everything what we do, however, needs to be open to low-income households. That is essential, and I think the crisis made this absolutely clear. So that's why we also said that this year's forum will be primarily dedicated to low-income and middle-income households. Green energy is not a luxury. Green energy is an absolute must for everyone. And we need, I think that's probably. That's my summary, I would say. My colleagues have put it in very nice words. We will publish it on the website of the Dublin Forum, together with the 4 summaries from the 4 breakout sessions. And hopefully with this, the messages that came out today will be kept and will be available to everyone to use. And of course, for the work of the Commission, we will take back with us some of the ideas, both for the short term, but also for the longer term, that can be translated into our daily work. And I hope the same applies to member states and to regulators, so the policymakers from the national level who have been present here yesterday and today as well. Anything else I should have said and I forgot, colleagues, or anyone in the room? If not, I think we can conclude here. Thank you very much. Thank you. And actually also many thanks to those who followed us online. Yeah, and have a good day, and let's continue, and let's try to solve the energy crisis in a positive way. Thank you. Bye bye.